subsidize it, let it be tax-free. People pay. I know it's a bit of redundancy, but you get the point. And then we make an entire industry around it and put it on TV and do the pomp and circumstance. And everybody over here wants to grow up to be a princess and marry their knight in shining armor and find a prince and all this stuff. It's all the hangover baggage from that. It's like, is that really what you want? You really want
to? I understand, but in the absence of bloodline, yeah. And obviously there have been times where we've had to go, fuck, we need some, I think, at the beginning of this current monarchy's bloodline, we had to ship over to Germany to find someone who, was vaguely related to continue the monarchy. So the bloodline idea gets challenged, but there's always somewhere you can find a relative. Yeah,
but isn't that by definition bloodline?
Yes. So in the absence of that, but no, it's part of our
merit or qualification or electoral kind of thing would dilute it and make it not a thing anymore, right?
Well, so in the absence of bloodline, as we have, it's then another form of what? And so we're going to vote.
But who gets to live the glorious life? That would be weird, right? Who gets to live the glorious life?
So filet mignon again.
Right. Forget the glorious life, Harvey. Because we can argue.
What else could you call it, right? Who gets to be the figurehead of the country who lives in a palace, bro?
Well, like the Irish, they vote for a president who is not political. So you can have presidents that are not political, and they have their time, and then you have another vote.
Yeah. That's a step down.
But
you favor this. I'm just wondering why you favor it.
I favor the monarchy, yeah, because I think it brings a degree of stability consistency.
Okay, so if you want like a drama, you can go to the Danish or the Swedish crown, king and queen. But Norway as well. I mean, we have a monarchy. We have a king, a queen. He has been a king since 1992, I think it is, King Harold. They have no power. They're just like a nice sticker that you put on your bumper for everyone else to see, but has no function other than maybe make you honk. What's the purpose of a monarchy?
Anders is coming across like he might have an IQ of double digits. I'm not sure.
Well, go on, Anders.
Anders, you're suggesting that the king in Norway or Sweden has no power, right?
Like I said initially, I can't speak when it comes to Denmark or Sweden.
Probably has the same bullshit thing where they also don't have to pay taxes, right?
I don't.
You want me to go look that up for your?
No, I'm simply ignorant on that point.
For your.
I love that Benjamin now is like he gets so fixated on IQ, right? Like people that get fixated on IQ.
Well, look, this is a pair of European dimwits here, and I just can't.
Yeah,
Benjamin, but you're an American dimwit, Benjamin. You're amongst your swans. You should be open arms to your ilk.
All I wanted to know was
Benjamin, what's my IQ?
Legal apartheid.
You are for apartheid, Benjamin. You literally think that women should only be fucking popping out babies. What are you fucking talking about?
And hey, Simon, I have nothing against you. All I wanted to ask you was like, do you have like a value that you can find in a monarchy? Like, is there something that we can like gain from it?
I just want to parse this claim that Anders made before he wanders away from it.
Sure.
Monarchy has no power. So,
I it comes to where I live. I totally agree. That's what I said initially. I said the monarchy, the king in my country, has no power. I mean, a taxi driver has more to say than our king.
You think somehow that money is not power? That's the first thing you must think, which is take 50 points off your IQ.
You are assuming a bunch of nonsense that you're just pulling out of I don't know
thing
where.
you must think in order to say this is that there isn't a set of financial
I had
rules
a simple question.
nor
Benjamin, Benjamin, now your IQ is plummeting because do you think that the wealth that King Charles III has in terms of his personal income, and he then spends that on supporting the Reform Party or whatever he used to spend his money on, that.
Well, let me ask you this.
No,
Mr. Nickel and a Dime here of IQ. What do you think power is if it isn't the ability to direct the actions of other people? What is it?
No.
And what do you think? And what explain to me next is money, if not the ability to direct the actions of other people.
Okay, so I think this is the answer to this whole conversation. Benjamin, why are you trying to make up an opponent? Like, why are you trying to make yourself a part of a conversation that is not... Nobody's having this conversation except for you. And you're trying to bait people into the conversation you're trying to engage with now, but nobody's holding these positions that you're making.
The reason we have intelligent conversations in this room is because when stupid people talk, they get slapped down and they talk less. And so you're getting slapped down right now because you said that kings don't have power. And my point is that
that's a lie.
Have money.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Control.
Benjamin, why are you lying?
But the lie is, you didn't
I
say
think
that the kings
you have an attempt and you're deliberately misrepresenting what I said because you're actually fucking lying now. I said, no, I didn't say kings generally have no power. I said, in this specific case, in the fucking country I live in Norway, I said, Benjamin, stop interrupting people. I know you're a moderator, but that doesn't make you correct or right? So I said that I'm in the middle of a fucking sentence and you're interrupting me.
I didn't misunderstand you, okay? So I understood that.
Yes, you did. So I will clarify so that you are not misunderstood of my position. So what I said is that the king in Norway has basically virtually no power whatsoever because it's the prime minister and the president of what's it called?
Everybody has to pay taxes.
The government.
You think there's not a law in Norway that says everybody has to pay taxes except for the fucking king? You want me to go Google that for you?
Did I say that?
You think that is not power?
Did I say that?
Yes. You said he has no power.
No,
he has a power.
No, I didn't say anything about taxes. I did not mention taxes.
His ability to retain power differently than...
Liar, pants on fire. This is why I took a 4-month vacation from Clubhouse, because I came on Clubhouse, I learned a lot from great people and smart people. Then I reached a threshold where I didn't learn anything more, simply because I think this is the threshold of what people can deliver on Clubhouse.
I think 20 or 25 might be...
That's why I took a vacation, because I think this is just nonsense.
Might be an upper limit for you, but we'll try to get you...
So, Benjamin, did I mention taxes?
Laws.
Did I mention taxes? I'll just mute up.
Yeah, you mentioned taxes because money is.
I didn't. I did not. You're lying.
This is why I took 75 points off your IQ.
Liar. Benjamin has his pants on fire because he's a liar. Because he says that I mentioned taxes when I did not mention taxes. I only mentioned taxes because I was referring to something you stated. So shut the fuck up with the lying. I never mentioned taxes. I had one simple statement to Simon, and all I said, and I also agree with Simon, I don't think we disagree on this thing. All I said that the, like, THE, like, the king of the country that I live in has basically virtually no fucking power. That particular king, and I mentioned his name, and I said he was a king from 1992. His name is King Harold. I said this, and everything, Benjamin, that you have mentioned since that statement that I uttered has nothing to do with my position.
Anders,
you can't take he lasted a long time. Can I just say something? And you can't say he has no power.
Shut up, Sky. Did you just boot Anders from the stage? Did you just boot Anders from the stage?
Let Sky speak for a minute. He's just talking.
No. You shut the fuck up. Did you just boot Anders from the stage?
Me?
Who's giving you his
Who booted Anders from the stage?
Talking about?
Who booted Anders from the stage? Who booted Anders from the stage?
It wasn't I, said the hen.
It wasn't I.
Why do we care? Why do we care? Was Anders saying something? I wasn't even listening. I'm just walking outside my house.
I booted him out.
Simon, don't do that. Don't do that. I told you many times not to do that. No.
But what I heard Anders arguing that the crazy claim that his king has zero power. Was that what we're hearing?
He's arguing that the king in Norway has no power. Yeah, and I was trying to explain to him that the ability to keep all of your wealth, generation after generation after generation, when you've had 700 years, you collect all the gold and silver from every war that's ever been fought, and now you have the apartheid rule that says you won't be taxed on your wealth, you won't have to pay the inheritance tax. You keep all of your wealth forever and always.
Invite Anders back up, Benjamin.
Is a really stupid thing not to understand.
Benjamin,
that's why I docked him 75%.
Did you get annoyed? Did you get annoyed when you were saying false information?
Let's do the Anders in a second, but let's not pretend we live in the fake quasi world. That a king that has almost no powers has no powers, right? Like, there's a big difference between almost has no powers and has powers, and I think it's a good clarifying moment while people are being silly. Clearly, he has powers, right? Anybody can go do a search, pick any country you want, and let's use Norway, and let's use Harold, and go online and say, what advantages does Harold have over normal people? One of the first things you're obviously going to get back is he has immunity, because that's what it means to be a king. He's not going to have any ability to be arrested, just like our president, right? There's going to be a list of like 8 or 9 or 10 things. Does he have full power like the old school kings? No. But to sit around and talk like he has no power is insane.
The wrong word.
Of course he has power.
That's what I was trying to point out to Anders. You can't say no power. He might mean, no constitutional power to run the government. But you can't say he had no power. He's just using, maybe it's because his second language is English.
All right. Back up. So we can have short meeting.
Okay, thank you. So Benjamin, just mute me or tell me to be quiet. That's all you have to.
Anders, just trying to hear what he says.
Pro and I have a disagreement.
Yeah.
Anders, Pro and I have a disagreement. Pro thinks that Anders is insane, and I think he's got a single-digit IQ. I just want to
Hey, Benjamin, that's fine. You talking about IQ as much as you do makes me question your mental state. So I'm not talking about what I think about you. All I said, Benjamin, before you pigeonholed me, trying to make me hold a shit ton of beliefs and positions I never stated or holds.
Well, that's
all
what
I
makes
said
it
that Benjamin, in Norway, our king has virtually no power. He has no political say in any way. It's a symbolic where what's it called? The prime minister have to like call the king.
Who appointed the prime minister?
This is what I'm about to do, and the king basically just automatically say,
Andrews
yes,
is
sure,
on our
go
side,
ahead.
Andrew.
So there's no argument, Benjamin. If you want to have a conversation with me, pick a topic and we can have a conversation about that topic. But you strawmanning, lying, deliberately lying what I said in my position, that is just shush.
Well, what he does, what he does.
Only I can accuse Benjamin of lying. Actually, I don't usually accuse Benjamin of lying. I just accuse him of having horrific ideas.
Horrific. We have talked so many times. You're the rapper, right? From New York?
I'm the rapper.
Yeah.
That's Boston, but it's okay. Same thing.
Oh, that's on me. I just remember one specific conversation.
You're from far away. Might as well. You pointed to it on the map. Your finger would hit New York, as you say. It's fine.
Yeah, but I definitely know where Boston is compared to New York.
That's what I mean. Your finger would cover it up on the globe.
Sure. No,
I'm going to send you the link on Discogs. Hey, I'm going to send you. Anders, I'm going to send you the link on Discogs, and hopefully you'll be my biggest fan in Norway. Bring me over there when I come to Finland and Germany this year, all right? All right.
Definitely. I remember 2 or 3 years ago, you shared a couple of even links or something.
Yeah, my man Frosty Finn's bringing me up to Finland, bro. So I'll be a skip and a jump. Anyways, I still think you have a crazy idea on this one, though. That there's no power, but I know you said virtually no power. But anyways, I think we understand what you mean. So, but you do agree it would be good to be fair, right?
Yeah, but hey, I appreciate that you catch that, what do you call it, that qualifier, because of course he has
there we go.
Some sort of power, but you have to understand that sometimes we talk colloquially, right? Yeah. So you don't have to be like Benjamin Button's hair, like growing out of your own asshole, becoming younger and younger. All I said, I made just one simple statement, and for the next 45 minutes, Benjamin was trying to talk to someone that didn't even exist.
He's good at it, though, isn't he? He's really good at it. That's why.
Yeah, it's just that the koi fish doesn't bite on his.
You found his leverage point. Say no more, you know?
Give us a power for these.
What's up? We haven't even said hi to Aisha, or CM, or David. They barely said hello. HLC's here. Alligator's here. This is just an all-star lineup. I just want to say I'm flattered that you guys would come in the room.
Yeah. Hey, Aisha, CM, HLC, Elliot. I met Anders today. Did you follow me into this room, Anders?
I actually did. In a way, you remember I said I had to go earlier?
Yeah, we had an interesting conversation. You're an interesting person. He's a atypical. No, he's an atypical, what's it called?
I was saying he's a gator dropping. He followed
cool.
you into the room, so you dropped him here. He's a gator dropping.
Oh, nice. No, he's an atheist, glober, scientist.
My kind of guy.
Basically, I mean,
Andrews lives in Andrews' room.
I nominate him.
He loves to bash his head against Andrews' rooms.
Andrews, you can be ornamental king of Gatorland.
And before that, I was in Godless Girls' rooms.
Oh yeah, I remember the good old days.
Me and her run rooms together.
Didn't she turn into a very God-filled girl, if I remember correctly?
Like 2023, I think. Yeah. 24. Yeah.
She made the twitch and the jump.
Yeah, she had like I'm not familiar with her private life, but I
went from hardcore atheist to hardcore believer.
She went to rehab and found God.
Well, she had a great life. She had a great life online. Something happened not online, and now she's a Christian online.
Yeah, that's Godless girl, right? The good old days.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I started listening to Godless Girl on YouTube in way back, like 10 years ago, whatever, and I came across what's his name? Guys, what's his name? He's like the YouTuber that has been like in every room. Oh, holy fuck!
Is he atheist? Not atheist?
It is. He's been like John Lee and Matt Adams. Tom Rabbit. There you go. Yeah. Holy fuck. Yeah. So I started like listening to Tom Rabbit, Dark Dawkins back in 2014, 15, like way back. And then I came up with Spotlight in 2022. And very definitely, and I appreciate your advocating for your work. Good to see.
And that's because you're a decent, honest person.
I mean, to be fair, like half a year ago, maybe a year ago, I would be just wrecking myself. But now it's like, Benjamin, I didn't say that. Benjamin, why are you lying to me?
It's like, I feel a bit like I hate to liken myself to certainly don't liken myself to God here, but it's kind of like when you have angels and you have to cast one down, right? Benjamin is usually the fallen son kind of thing. And, we get Elliot, who's kind of like the archangel here. Like, Elliot is my favorite person to mod, but I feel like the children can't play well. Like if Elliot gets modded right now, you might just have to take Benjamin. See, hit a boil here. Elliot, we got to work this out, man. We got to be able to come to peace in the garden here now. Why don't we do a little role play here? I'm at the therapy office, and I know Benjamin has been a bad angel. Can you tell me what it is that Benjamin has done that has drawn your ire, and how we can maybe get him back? Is it possible for him to be redeemed and come back up into heaven?
You go from me, Elliot. I just didn't understand that at all.
Okay, so I think he can be redeemed. All he has to do is like, do not tell people what their position is. Do not tell people you're in conversation with what they believe. Ask them.
That's Elliot's correct, though. I gotta go to Elliot.
No, sorry. I was talking about Benjamin.
No, I know, but I'm asking Elliot what his. I mean, we all largely know what it is. I just want to hear it enunciated, particularly that makes you hold Benjamin in such what he'd call high esteem, but the rest of us will call low esteem.
Are they standing there?
The lying, the dishonesty, what else? The racism, the bigotry, the general being a dick. Is that good enough?
Yeah, right. I hear it. Benjamin, do you agree with all these charges? Guilty as charged or largely overblown?
Generally being a dick.
That one I think you could.
But I mean, Benjamin, maybe I don't remember you. Maybe
Specific. I think Andres could do a better job. I think Elliot is just expressing from his like basal emotional core, which is where most of his thoughts come from. It's just less useful to the people. I mean, I think his emotional needs are really, really valuable.
He's doing the lying part.
And just less useful to anybody else, and he doesn't realize it.
This is
because maybe he doesn't have the emotional intelligence to realize the limited value.
I think Sam could. I think Sam could articulate this better than you.
Mr. Mayor, it is not the only important election when
I think Sam probably could. Sam can speak to both sides of that.
Yeah, Sam, strong project projection and go.
Washington backers as well. Not Johnny Conway's the cause in case of some of the comments. But the very watch is that Elizabeth Frost, I mean, chairman of finance committee of city council, one of the most important and powerful members of the government, is very challenged. And you said the other night, he could lose, but we won't know. He could win too. No matter how much people disagree, even among us, about who could win and who could not, or may not during this campaign, there's one thing on which
we have to see what Elliot does with his power here.
Hopefully,
Elliot can play nice in the sandbox.
I'm just happy that Andrew's on stage.
Others, the worst of times.
He's back.
And during the final days of Chicago's mayoral campaign, the worst setting out over the but the politically
really Chicagoans, all finally over today, and many were glad.
I'm sick from this election because I have never seen anyone throwing mud at each other like they do.
With things that happen. This way some discrimination.
Until the town will calm down and people will be happy with their new mayor, whoever it is.
It's not what the voters will believe. By all accounts, the candidates from Washington and Bernard Upton found themselves embroiled in one of the most vicious and bitter campaigns in Chicago's history. It was a competitive slew of accusations, charges, and countercharges. A contest dominated by one issue, race. Even though more candidates said they hoped race would not be a key issue, and today some Chicagoans wished that things had been different.
Still not exactly sure what the issue
I
is.
think that's spot on what he says there. You know what he's arguing? He's arguing that the point that the Norwegian king does have power, even though he virtually has no power, which is the argument in history. My original thing was that kings are the kings, queens, duchess, whatever. They're all part of the inherently racist system that sort of benefits the book. He is saying that they get no benefit. And I'm like, staff, security,
That is not what I said. I mean,
he said virtually none. And I'm just arguing that there's a lot on that virtually.
And that was particular to the politics, right? So I'm not saying that they're not rich. I'm not saying they're not living in the fucking castle here we have in the freaking center of our city of Oslo. That is not my fucking point. The problem here is that I only make one specific statement that comparing our king to the power that the President of the United States of America, that is the chief, that is what I mean by power, meaning that we have the Prime Minister that has the equivalent power to our President of the United States. Yes, and all I did was making a statement that compared to a president and compared to historical history, our king practically have no power in this day of age as they used to, or as a president. That's all I said. I said nothing about having no power because they don't have to pay taxes or anything. This is just Benjamin just
well, I think Benjamin was bringing that up. They do have power.
Throwing jam on the fucking wall to see how much of the fucking raspberries that sticks to the fucking wall. But that raspberry, but that strawberry did not fucking come from my mouth.
Gotcha.
That's the problem.
I'm sorry.
Holy fuck.
Anders, I'm barely listening here, and I'm just very curious now. I'm just gonna put this out there. I'm from New York. I curse my bum off all the time. But is there any way that we can get our point across without having to, curse every 2 seconds and, lose what your point is in the process?
What do you mean by that?
I mean that all of it.
See, I'm just demonstrating. I'm talking to the 6, 7, 8 kids of mine that I have to mute my phone. And, you gotta wear headphones when you're on the phone. Kids are looking for bunnies.
We love bunnies. Bunnies are cute. I mean, I'd like to actually know what the meat and potatoes of your argument is, and every time you're just saying fucking this and fucking that.
Because I use those words to emphasize the point, right?
I'm well aware of doing that.
The people that thinks those words are magical, right?
No, I have no problems with them. I just think that you're losing your point.
So then it's not a problem.
No, Anders, you're losing your point. That is my point.
No, I'm just
you are losing. No, you're losing your point. There's no logical.
If you talk to an English person, a Danish person, a Norwegian, we definitely curse a lot. Fucking a lot in our day.
Which means that you have nothing of value to say, right?
Our heirs say.
So you have nothing nothing of value to say. So you agree?
Just
You have nothing of value to say. Okay.
Where's the criticism for Benjamin cursing here?
Even mods have power.
Why are we focusing on Anders?
Oh no, I didn't hear Benjamin. I'm sorry. If I heard Benjamin, I would have said the same thing.
He was cursing quite a
if
bit.
you're offended, Aisha, and can't track the
I didn't
conversation.
say I was offended, Anders.
Okay.
Where did I say that?
If you have
How about you try listening?
so if you have difficulty
How about you
tracking the
try
conversation,
listening?
how about I can make a statement without interrupting? So
No,
if it's
I'm
difficult
not. You're not. You've already been kicked once. Like I find it hilarious. And then you cried. You cried like a child in the group.
Elliot likes
You cried in the chat.
Anders, so you know we got it.
Oh, it's fine. I have nothing against Anders. I just said I'd like to know more of what his topic is. Oh, it's cute. Anders has something to say.
You're getting it reiterated. The last thing we want is more Anders reiterating this topic. I think though that's the only problem. You know.
Let me see if I can figure out what the actual disagreement is over. So I think the disagreement is over whether monarchs have power. I mean, it's trivially true in the soft power kind of sense. Anybody who has is a celebrity has soft power. And that's just they have some ability to influence the actions or outcomes of other people or events and stuff like this. So any person who has any kind of sway over any other person, they have soft power, and kings and monarchs are no different. I mean, Kim Kardashian has soft power, the definition of power. But the thing that people are actually concerned with, or more concerned with, is whether kings have whether monarchs have control over government and laws and punishments and crimes and all this kind of stuff. Anders is absolutely right. They don't have any kind of this fucking power. None whatsoever. The actually consequential kind of power. So I think Benjamin's equivocating when he wants to say that these monarchs, like the king of the UK and the king of Norway, they have this kind of power. I think Benjamin wants to equivocate on that.
Well, I think I know you got it all good, but I think the thing to remember going back to the whole thing was with Simon and Sky a little bit, and me chiming in. I came in and made the claim that it's sort of this bloodline kind of ridiculousness that is kind of the embodiment of Benjamin wants me to use the word apartheid or whatever strong inflammatory word we want to use, but it is kind of a ridiculousness dog and pony show, and it comes with all the benefits that, granted, that some of our elected officials get to, right? Live in a big fancy house and tax exempt and they get paid and all this kind of stuff. But it's just by bloodline, which is kind of are we really? So I started by asking Simon, what he calls himself a monarchist. And I was like, what makes one a monarchist? What is the thing that you're pointing to? And he was talking about the political influence of the speech that King Charles gave, right? And that he's really not a political person, but in that role, he did something effectively that amounted to political influence and sway, right? That's where we got into the political thing. I don't think it's that anybody was ever questioning whether Norway had the same kind of sway as this king or that king. Just the whole institution of a monarchy and royal family kind of stuff is just an interesting one to say that you are on board with, and I was wondering why.
Yeah, I was asked a very good question, which is why do I support the monarchy in the bloodline sense, as opposed to, every so we could have a president to be the head of state, non-political. Yeah, that was a good question because I struggled to answer that, and I did challenge myself. Sorry.
I just wanted to add something if I could to the discussion.
Yeah, go for it. I want to get Ben's input too, being from England as well.
Oh, I was just going to say, in Australia, King Charles is obviously our head of state as well. But I'm a Republican. I think most Australians are. I think eventually we're going to leave this constitutional monarchy, the system that we have, and hopefully become a republic. So I was just going to say, but it's the role of King Charles is kind of ceremonial for us. I think we'll probably be the first country in the Anglosphere to leave, probably even before Canada, and become a republic. But yeah, I mean, we should have left when Queen Elizabeth died, but yeah, anyway. It's a ceremonial role, like what Alex was saying.
I think
Sorry?
what was that?
I didn't hear that? Yeah.
Americans get confused by the term Republican, because that party that calls itself that is
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I should probably clarify. Yeah, it's just, you guys, you understand what I mean when I say a Republican, yeah. I'm not an American Republican.
I think the UK is a republic form of government, aren't they?
But no, they have the constitutional monarchy. I think they do, we have a constitutional monarchy. We're not a republic, so that's why we've got the Prime Minister, and obviously the King is our head of state in Australia, I'm talking about. But yeah, there's a huge Republican movement. Most actually our politicians are even Republicans. Like our current Prime Minister is, but I guess I don't know what the reason is, or they haven't put it to in the 90s. They did have we should get rid of the monarchy. So there is a movement about it, but I guess there's just too much going on right now. But I think eventually we will. I'm hoping we do.
I think the Enlightenment was very influential across all Western countries, the whole entire Western world, and I don't think the UK is any exception to that. I think one of the main reason of the cause of the Enlightenment was bloodlines, and that we should claim in reason above the authority of the divine right of kings that is handed down through bloodline. And I don't think anybody in this room would disagree with that. But it's what is the problem here? Kings have soft power. Okay, so what? Is it racism by definition? Yeah, it is. What else is there? What else you got?
Well, it keeps the role of the church somewhat tacitly in the sway. Like you said, use the word divine power, right? That's the other illusion that kind of can grab some people's ire in this day and age, right? If you don't believe in magic.
What would a pyramid be without a point? What isn't interesting for me anyway is that there's obviously the Commonwealth, right, which is obviously former British colonies, not all of them, but I think there's something like 56, which is 2.7 billion people. And why does that exist? Because they could all choose, as Australia, in a way, I'm surprised that they are still part of the Commonwealth, but they are, yeah. Why do countries still feel happy to be part of that? Because all those... Sorry, that's it.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I feel like we're almost being manipulated, that the monarchy won't let us go. There are these, it's like the resurgence of these monarchist movement. There's been many pushes to get Australia to become a republic for a long time. Still our number one immigrant group, it comes the number one, group on our immigration staff comes from Britain. So we've got these, I don't know, it's like anytime Australia wants to move away seriously from the monarchy and wants to become a republic, there's King Charles, one of them will come to Australia, they'll do a tour, because what I heard is what their concern is if Australia moves away, that Canada will, I guess eventually, obviously New Zealand will as well. And then, it will just be like a domino effect and the Commonwealth will effectively break up. But yeah, I don't care. I think we should get rid of the king. I don't think, there's a really strong anti-British sentiment in Australia, especially after World War II, because it was America that came and helped us. It wasn't after the Japanese attacked us. And bombed Darwin, like England was nowhere to be found. So there's this kind of old resentment in Australia that we were abandoned by Britain during World War II, and we've had subsequent issues and problems. I mean, now Australia's become wealthy thanks to mining and so on in recent decades, but there were definitely rough periods in our history economically, and as I said, during war times, where especially the older generation feels very much abandoned and like totally disloyal to England. So yeah, I think we look up to the American example, like the Constitution. There's so much missing in our Constitution. We don't even have a Bill of Rights. Things need to be rewritten. But anyways, to be fair though, to the monarchists, we don't really have great politicians, and we haven't had any really great politicians in a while to, I don't know if I'd want to see any of these current group batch under that career politician. I wouldn't want to see any of them become the president or get any more power than they already have to screw up the nation. So yeah, it's kind of catch-22. But I think eventually, once we get not only the political will, but the right leaders to sell the message, it will happen.
I think the constitutional monarchies, or at least the so-called, I mean, it's weird to call them the ruling class or whatever, because they don't really do anything. They don't have the hard power. They don't exercise like judicial rulings or legislative rulings, or they don't have any executive power whatsoever. So it's kind of weird to call them the ruling class in that kind of way, but it's kind of adorable to keep them around, I guess. I don't know. It's almost kind of like having a pope or like some kind of moral leader, maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's where their role might be.
Okay, I did look this up, and I just want to add some clarity here. The sovereign in Norway does have the ability. He has Article 3 states that executive power is vested in the king. In practice, this power is exercised through the Council of State. All royal decisions must be countersigned by the Prime Minister or a relevant minister to be valid. Which means even today, the king can write the decree, and provided it is countersigned by the Prime Minister, it will be valid. Now, if you think you can do that the same as he can do it, you're just wrong. You're just wrong in a way that takes away half of your IQ points and puts you.
Do you remember, Benjamin, when I mentioned that I used layman words? But do you remember when I said that symbolically the Prime Minister calls up the king and the king says, "Yeah, sure, go ahead, do it," and then they hang up the call, and then the Prime Minister do whatever he does. So there's a symbolic part of it still happening, but what you mentioned has nothing to do with the statement I made earlier. So if you want to argue with me, I'm here, but address my position and my point, not someone.
Benjamin, in the UK we have something called royal assent, which is the monarch must formally approve legislation passed by Parliament for it to become law. Right? Now, this hasn't been withheld, the assent, since 1708. So even though that is a statement of the constitutional right of the monarchy to stop a piece of legislation, it hasn't been withheld since 1708. So something like that, you don't seriously think that is a power that the monarch actually has. It's not. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Simon, I'm gonna charge you 30 IQ points for this. This is really bad. Look,
God, how many more have I got to lose?
Well, I don't know. But you need to be careful. The laws in the UK have given the king all kinds of privileges, immunity, and do whatever they want. They have no taxation. They don't have to pay tax, no inheritance tax. Their grounds, their coverage, their travel is covered by the taxes of the people. And now, any law that would come before the Parliament and the Prime Minister to, let's say, undermine the privilege of the king by saying that he has to pay the same tax everybody else has to pay, would necessarily have to be approved by the king himself. And you, with your blessed 25 IQ points, think that that is not an incredible amount of power that you can simply veto any law that takes away the privileges you already have. This is, I didn't realize English people could be this dumb, to be honest. I always thought with that accent and everything, and then the pronunciation of words, that you all were smarter, but it turns out, wow, I was wrong. I want to apologize.
Oh, it's okay.
Really, it's okay. That's wrong. I haven't been that wrong in a long time. And when it's this wrong, I feel I owe it to people.
Hey, Simon, in the situation you are describing, so Parliament goes, no, the monarchy is going to have to pay tax. Yeah. And they went, right, we're going to create the law to affect that. I can assure you now, the monarchy would just have to go and sign it off. And sign it. What on earth makes you think that what on earth makes you think the monarchy is really credibly going to go, oh no, you can't do that to us. By the way, just one thing. Since 1993, King Charles, although it was Prince Charles, has voluntarily paid tax on all his income and capital gains.
I would love for taxes to be voluntary. I could just voluntarily pay whatever taxes I want.
I know, but that gives you a flavor.
Bless your heart, Simon. I just want to give you this compliment, because BB in the chat has said it's not like they can do whatever they want, and I want to point out that immunity, meaning you cannot be accused in a court of law for having violated the law. You cannot be charged with a crime. You cannot stand accused. Literally means you can do whatever you want, and for that be no consequences.
And our king has demonstrated that wonderfully for them. Let them know.
Yeah, exactly. So Simon, I just want to give you this compliment. BB is even dumber than you are. You're welcome.
But that just shows your stupidity, because your king has done far better at it than ours ever would. Because if our king if he's, I don't know if he is, but if he's immune from murder, all that would happen, do you not think he would be tried? And of course he would. If they have to change the law and Parliament has to pass an act,
at least Simon, our king, was elected, I think, is the main issue. Right, and as incredulous as we are to how that happened, we do acknowledge that he was elected, and that kind of is the main thing we're talking about. It wasn't that he is a Trump. Now, he became a Trump because he's a Trump, and there was, the nepotism thing that any real parent would do for their kid, right? They would probably put their kid in charge of the company. We get that, right? Maybe some wouldn't, but the governing part of it does seem antithetical to democracy. It's kind of the idea.
Well, he's just done a better job of breaking the law.
Yes, that's what I just said. We've shown you the light of why this could be a danger, of why this should be something that we're saying for Anders too. This should be something to be, if he really wanted to do this, Anders, not saying that we know the political climate. And by the way, we've exported that from England too. We do a great job at assuming that we know better for your countries than you do. But that aside, humbly admitting that we don't know the climate in Norway or wherever anybody has this kind of situation going on. That's the fear, right? The fear is that we have lit the way for how you push the law to the limit, right?
I'm reading up a little bit on the UK system of government, and the people from the UK can correct me if I'm actually incorrect, but I'm just going to read here. The UK operates on the principle that the monarch acts only on the advice of their ministers, capital M, ministers, since those ministers are the ones who introduce and pass the legislation through Parliament, which is a democratic system. In the first place, they would never advise the king to veto their own bill, for the king to act without or against that advice would be a breach of constitutional law. So that's why they haven't. So is that why they haven't quote unquote vetoed a bill since 17?
Well, I can only assume the fact that the monarchy goes, we can't do that. So we've got to sign it off, whatever it may be, even if we don't agree it. And I'm sure there will have been laws passed that the monarchy may individually, personally not agreed with, but that's irrelevant. They've got to just sign it off. That's the way it is.
That's just the way it is. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Some things never change. The British monarchy.
God save the king.
I think they.
I agree with that. Hello?
I think if the monarchs try to overthrow the democratically elected will of the people in the UK, they quickly find that their heads on the floor, like the French. Wow.
I disagree. I mean, they might get shot at like Trump, but I don't think they're finding their. Unless it's a straight shooter or something, but certainly not from within the system. Then again, to your point, that was probably the case back with the reign of terror, guillotine kind of stuff. No, that was more state-sponsored, wasn't it? Or am I mistaken on that? Was that an angry mob, or was that some state-sponsored stuff? That was state-sponsored, right?
The French Revolution?
Yeah, all the guillotine, the reign of terror, Robespierre, all that. That was all government stuff, right?
Well, they became the government. That was the revolutionaries who then became the government.
Yeah, but was it an angry mob when it happened?
Originally, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, there's my point.
Storming of the Bastille.
Yeah.
Look what happened there. They got their monarchy to return.
Yeah, Bastille Day, baby.
As I said, I'm a monarchist, but I was just thinking, in terms of actual individual people, I think I'd rather be ruled by King Charles than fucking Keir Starmer.
I think I'd rather be ruled by King Charles than Donald Trump. Pretty sure of that.
Ruled is the right word. Because if you were ruled by King Charles wouldn't be King Charles. It's not.
That's right.
It's not the person who is corrupt. It's the power that makes people corrupt. And the fact that you don't realize this is going to cost you 50 IQ points, which puts you in the bottom half of the room. We've got a real problem.
When did we start measuring IQ points in this room? Because Benjamin, you're very well aware that might not work out as well for you.
Aisha, I have an update. It looks like my bunny actually ate some of the food off the plate I put out there.
Oh, you put a plate out?
Yeah.
At the risk of being
go bunny.
At the risk of being self-serving, annoying as the room title. An IQ test is a verbal math game. I would do pretty well. Just saying. I don't know if the 50 IQ points were going to me. I still don't think they throw me in the goo. I think I'd still be above the fray with the 50. I think I can suffer it.
I'm well under.
And also, like, knowing and understanding the psychology of actual IQ tests, meaning that the points you are given from those tests are only particular to those specific tests. How good are you to figure out a complication? That is what an IQ test is most likely, Benjamin. So it's not a good measurement for anyone.
Subjugating the intelligence of the people. I find all these Europeans cannot even do the math. They don't even understand the power.
So how come Europeans have a way better political, how do you say it, like our model, how our society works, where I have free healthcare, I only spent like $30. When I reach $30, everything is free for me. So if I get a headache, if I break my arm, if I'm in a fucking car crash and the ambulance has to take me, it's free. It's free, and it's free. And our salary is super high. Like I am rich when I'm on vacation other places. I've been to 40 different countries. Every time I'm on vacation, I'm a fucking rich ass. But of course, in Norway, I'm not a rich ass. I'm just average. But our salary is great. Our healthcare system is super great because it's fucking free. And sorry for saying effing, because that's just to emphasize. But anyway, I will put use words like that. But Benjamin, you're saying that the Nordics is negative this and that, but every how do you say it? Every measurement in happiness, in GDP, and hunger or homelessness, or how many of the percentages of per capita that actually has a steady work and steady income, we're doing freaking great. So what is wrong about the Nordics?
Well, I don't know. I'm looking specifically. Your healthcare is not so much free as it is paid for by the American taxpayer.
No, it's paid by Norwegian taxpayers. So I have a deductible. So let's say nothing happened to me as of today in 2026. So let's say I go to the doctor's office for the first time this year. I pay $9, like $9.20, because it's 92 kroners. So it's $9.20 basically, just divided by 9, 10. So. And when I reach $30, I get a free card. And every time I go to the doctors or whatever I need, like medication, I just this is my free card. And they say, oh, you have a free card. Nice. Just let me get the medicine and you don't have to pay shit.
I have to put my phone on when you're talking because it's so loud in my house. It's reverberating. Like you're like 80 times louder than Scott. It's crazy.
What do you pay? Yep. Hey, Pro, let me change the mic and you give me a feedback on.
Cool. Right after Scott talks, we'll check it out. What do you got? So,
Benjamin, what do you mean paid by the American taxpayer? What do you mean by that?
The American taxpayer has paid for the world's health and defense for the last.
Okay, this is just Benjamin making a point to piss people off, just an FYI, in case you're not seeing through it. I'm sure he does, but just letting you guys know before everyone takes the rage bait, let's not take the rage bait. Point to Anders for medicine and a medical system where you don't have to pay as much as the American healthcare system, and I'm not going to get on that soapbox.
Yeah. When I look at countries not to go to, when I get like all the comments of like, hey, this is a country you don't want to go to. Oh, there's a lot in Europe that come up on the list. I mean, it's not all peaches and cream, but that's another topic.
Oh shit!
Oh wow, that went.
Oh man, thanks.
Wait, it went all the way down, right? I can't hear him nearly as well now.
Talking now, Andrew, is that you talking?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh my God, it works, but no, that's way low. I mean, Aisha's
is this like really low?
No, that's good. Aisha's twice as loud as everybody. Maybe actually, you know what? Honestly, she's more like 1.25. She's about 25% louder than most.
Am I normal?
You're normal.
And I've always wanted to be normal.
Are you sure David's normal? I don't know about that. Hi, David.
I've always wanted to be normal.
I feel like Aisha's in echoey rooms a lot of times too. Like it bounces back, so maybe that adds to it. But your thing's always loud and clear.
That's just a COVID test.
Noon. Mic check.
David's in my house.
Noon. Can we say hello again? I gotta hear your levels. I don't have to, but I'd love to.
But just something about what you said, Aisha, is that I agree. I mean,
don't worry.
I think it's like hours ago when I mentioned that, hey, Benjamin, no one is like taking your bait, and he's been doing it for many hours.
We always take his bait, though. Actually, Anders in here, we do like amazingly well at taking his bait. Hey, speaking of taking the bait, we have not heard from my good friend and pal, John Kitover, is in the audience. John, I'm strikingly surprised you didn't come back up.
Stop. Kick him. Just kick him.
Please don't. I don't like kicking John.
Why?
Because
Why?
I find him fascinating.
Does anyone else enjoy having John in here? I don't enjoy having John in here. I'd much rather have Benjamin.
On the irritating thing, like, why are you so annoying? Like, I mean, you gotta work to not be as annoyed, And
Kitover's streaming this entire room to YouTube right now to try to make money off of us.
That's not annoying to me at all. That doesn't. The quarters he makes.
Hi, vote in the room. Go ahead, put a vote up, Pro. How many people want to kick Kitover? Let's do this democratically.
I might want to kick him later. But
Sam, I'm with you. Let's kick him.
Nah, let's bring him up.
No. Let me ask the mods. Elliot?
You guys have a young problem.
I think it'll last like maybe a couple minutes, but I like Johnny.
Hello, well, I want to thank you for inviting me back up.
As an American patriot.
Thank you for inviting me back up. I just want to say, in reference to your title, why are you so annoying? And is it your royalty? And, I like to think that if you read philosophy, and especially in America, every man and every woman is a king and a queen. And unfortunately, we don't have that system. We have a debt, fractional reserve banking industrial complex that borrows $2 trillion a year on our backs. Hello?
I'm just chocked a minute. No, I'm resonating with it. No lies yet, John. Keep going.
Fractional reserve banking. Back to the factions.
So I don't think we need to fear money, and a lot of people don't like the gold and the platinum and the silver. But I say go within. If we want to start somewhere, we should go within the earth to pull out our gold and silver and have sound moral financial currency. Hello?
I think we should move to a Botox economy.
Botox economy.
I totally administer that economy. Let's go.
It's by weight, way more valuable than any precious metal.
Nice.
The biggest industry.
The entire annual global supply of Botox fits into a 16-ounce bottle.
The biggest industry.
Antimatter, we'd be the richest.
How many billions of dollars can you put into a Coke bottle?
See, people complain about the oil industry, but they don't complain about the semiconductor industry, the real estate, the financial services, health insurance, life insurance. Those are the biggest.
I hate the lotion industry.
Well, see, universal healthcare. Healthcare is not a human right, despite no matter how many times the left chants it on No King's Day and puts graffiti all over saying healthcare is a human right. No, the dental model where you go to a dentist and you pay cash, that's actually called medicine, where you pay for your service as opposed to the government creating fraud, because $200 billion a year in Medicare, Medicaid is fraud. It goes to scammers and thieves. And so we need to stop the entire system and re-platform it and make it into a dentist-type service. I would shut down Medicare, Medicaid completely and either hand off the new system to Google or Palantir. Hello?
You would hand it off to Google or Palantir.
Yes, meaning that the government no longer funds it. All we do, the government will pay for services, but no longer make it an annual, quarterly budget type of system. Because $4 trillion a year in a $40 trillion bankruptcy, it's insanity. We have to think of new solutions.
Are you proposing a rich person? Let's say I'm wealthy and I have to have a heart bypass surgery kind of thing. How does the wealthy person get the services they need?
They have to pay cash.
What's that?
They have to pay for it themselves. The government will not pay for that.
Okay. And what about the poor person who's broke?
It could be on a lottery system, possibly.
A lottery system. So what if you don't win the lottery? Would you just die?
Yeah, you die.
We lost your mind. So you went like.
Yeah, you die. Like, I know people that have had hip replacement surgeries, and then they died after the hip replacement surgery. Everyone's going to die. People who believe in universal health care think that they're going to live forever.
Wow. So that we based it on your IQ and your level of education, John, would you be able to get any health care? I'm gonna say I doubt it if we made it that way, but you know.
It was making some sense until the last detour there.
Well, you don't like the fact that people are going to die regardless. And just because that person has that surgery doesn't mean that they're going to actually live through the surgery. There's just so many variables.
I'm hearing healthcare for the rich, no healthcare for the poor. You're going to die anyways, like God sort of mode? Is that kind of a...
No.
I mean, he's an he's going to end up dying sooner anyways. This isn't like, up for debate.
I mean, look at Trump, how long he lasted with eating the way he does. You know what I'm saying? You never know.
I just have a question. Did you depreciate all that stuff in your PTR with the same tax year, or did you use a declining schedule? I mean, in our fractional reserve baking and whatnot, how did you depreciate that asset? Or is that fraud?
He uses the word asset lightly.
Well, each phone is only $40, so you could buy 20 phones for $800 if you know multiplication. And it's a $15 a month, subscription. You cancel it, then you start live streaming everybody on YouTube, and you just keep building and building momentum until eventually you become monetized. And then I can start actually monetizing highly annoying people like yourselves.
Don't let up the whole plan.
So wait, you haven't even started monetizing yet? Is this a future thing?
Yeah, it's an investment in an annoying future.
You still haven't monetized yet?
See, when annoying people like Aisha say kick John Kitover from the room, well, I'm already in the room anonymously. You can't actually kick me.
That's right.
That's all right. John. Go for it.
No, I was going to say something largely trivial. John, I'm loving the Shazam and the DC comic stuff you get going on left-hand side of the room. That's what. Are you a comic book fan?
Yeah, I've got a large comic book collection.
Are you DC or Marvel?
I like both.
Which there?
I like both. I like comic books.
One of the other $40 phones.
Hello?
Yeah, but DC.
Where you don't know how to read regular books and anything that's of value allow you to have a brain that works. It's okay, kiddo.
Comic books have lots of value. What?
Yeah, not anything to actually have anything within any sentient and subjective value. Objective value.
I would say that his comic book might be worth more than everybody's book collection, by the way.
Whose mom quilted that tablecloth?
It's just a purchase from eBay or Amazon, but it's.
Are you, John, are you a Dark Horse guy?
I think I know which comic book series you're talking about, but no, not particularly.
Well, they do Hellboy and Sin City, Star Wars, that kind of.
Oh yeah, I was a big fan of the movies for sure.
Yeah, no, me too. All right, well, that's my John bonding moment. You a manga guy or no?
Oh, MAGA, absolutely. I think Donald Trump, is the response to our political crisis and cultural crisis.
Manga.
This is exhibit 1522 of how John Kitover is far too ignorant to understand anything that's being said.
I don't think you can hear me because I can't hear. I'm talking Naruto, One Piece, Dragon Ball, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I like Dragon Ball Z, and the fun thing about Dragon Ball Z, if you watch the cartoon,
wait, this is important.
The cartoon is amazing because it's a little bit like life.
What?
I got kicked out. I go.
I wanted to ask a question to John.
Me too. He's talking Dragon Ball Z. John, where'd you go?
He's in the audience. Something happened.
God damn. Oh, Benjamin didn't take it.
Wasn't me.
Why did I kick these
That should have been me.
Dragon Ball Z was nice.
I put three documents in the chat to support
Okay. Right up
the Dragon Ball. And I just want to respond, I think it is to whoever would
go back to Pro.
Wait, right up to Dragon Ball. Let's get right back to it. I just got to hear his Dragon Ball comment. What do you think about Dragon Ball, John? And we'll go to Benjamin.
Well,
what are we gonna say about Dragon Ball?
The cartoon, if you've watched it and enjoyed it, it's a little bit like having a mental health disorder because nothing ever actually happens. Meaning that like the show, it just leaves you hanging every single time, and then it's the same boy who cried wolf every single time. So I don't know. You can go back to Benjamin now to your regularly scheduled annoying programming. This annoying person is complete.
I could have gone with that.
Nothing does ever happen, and he's indestructible, and no matter what you do, he's gonna live till another day, and so will his son, and all that stuff. All right, I'll do. We got Agamemnon in the audience.
I want to get back
so
to
it's the
this
Seinfeld of
what Anders was saying when he goes to the doctor, he only pays $35. Now, Anders pays some taxes, of course, so it's not like he doesn't pay anything. But
actually, too much, Benjamin. To be honest,
and it looks like Europeans pay about $10,000 a year to cover some of these costs. On average, right? And the U.S. taxpayer pays about $20,000.
Whatever you're snapping there, Aisha, is we're hearing it.
To cover a basket of costs that include.
I'd rather hear that than listen to Benjamin talk.
Hey, Benjamin, I have a question for you, if you don't mind.
Just a second, Anders. And I don't know what part of my sentence got in the way of yours, but it's try to negotiate.
Yeah, three people was talking at the same time.
Yeah. So anyway, the point is that the United States taxpayers pays twice as much for healthcare and defense of the entire world, and the healthcare for the entire world, so that we don't have epidemics that invariably leak into developed countries coming from Africa and other places in the world where we have to spend money to keep epidemics at a minimum, right? So America is protecting the European from global pandemics and with the global defense, and paying for 70% of R&D research on medicines, so that when a medicine is sold in Europe, it is sold for 30 cents on the dollar. So you're only paying for 30 cents.
Benjamin from the United States does not come on the European market.
So the consequence, as I said earlier,
I just wanted to ask
the reason Europe has health care for so cheap is because the U.S. taxpayers are paying for it. So don't pretend it's free.
Fine. If you want to
cost the U.S. a ton of money for Europe to have free health care.
I just wanted to ask you,
By the way,
how does 36% taxes sound to you? I'm not saying it's wrong or right or whatever. That's an actual number from Norway. Like,
it's not taxes.
36% of your salary every month goes to taxes.
Europeans are not taxed anything.
And now, by the way, Benjamin, just by the way,
more benefits than they are taxed.
And by the way,
taxpayer,
we do this while I live in America. We tell you about your system.
They are paying into a system from which they get very little benefit.
Okay,
by the way,
so I guess I benefit from that system. But can we have a dialogue? A monologue?
Not when he's on a monologue roll. He can't slow down.
Okay, so Benjamin. Now in May, I will.
The problem is
he's on Super Saiyan right now.
You haven't put any documents. You haven't put any scholarship into the chat. So you don't really haven't earned the opportunity
because
to review.
I'm simply speaking from my own position, meaning like. Whatever I earned last year in 2025, the total amount, don't think about taxes, just what I earned last year, the full 12% of that total salary, I will get paid now this month for vacation money. Every year, Norwegians get 10 to 12% of their full salary from the last year, just free fucking money to have a great vacation. And I'm going on 8 weeks paid, 6 weeks paid vacation.
That sounds good, but do you do
and also, when we get tax returns, by the way, since the 90s, it has all been automatic. We never do the manual labor. Not only that.
Hello?
Let's say I paid too much taxes. Not only get that in return, but the government actually have, by law, fines, meaning they are getting fined a shit ton of money. So not only do I get what I was taxed too much each month. But I also get like here's a Band-Aid.
Okay.
So we're paying a lot of taxes. I agree, but we don't have potholes. We don't have homeless people.
I'll take that.
When people lose their job, when people lose their job, they get like at least $800 to $1,200, approximately the same equivalent to $1,200 every month. Also, meaning the rent wherever you live will get paid, and you also get up till $1,200, if not more, for as long as you basically want. And you can't get fired from your job in Norway in the same way as in America. If you lose your job, at least you have a month that your employer has to keep you, or in most cases, 2 months. So again, Benjamin, what is wrong about the North?
Anders, I think I understand your system, and I'm going to come at it at a different angle. I think there's something like 8.5 million Norwegians in the entire country.
Sorry, come again. I didn't hear you. You said
there's something like 8.5 million Norwegians.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I was about to say approximately 7 or something.
I live in Texas. I'm not in Texas right now. I'm in Florida, but Florida's very similar. There's more than 20 million Texans. You guys have with the North Sea, a ton of mineral wealth. If you really only have to divide and by the setup of your country, I wish my country was as prudent with the mineral resource wealth. You're just splitting it between 9 million people. Correct. And there is something to Benjamin's point of view, is that external to your country, a lot of R&D allows for socialization of those costs that allow for, including the peace after World War II, that is allowed, and in international trade that is, at least up until the last year or so, the open seas allowed for a ton of trade. So we had different countries paying into different systems, different amounts, but I agree with Bernie Sanders. We basically pay twice what you guys do, and we get half the results. To reconcile that and say that, Norway's, not lucky in geography to have mineral wealth and only a few people there. But it's just, we kind of have to put it into a global perspective. America has all these different regions that come on the same balance sheet for our federal system. And so we've got inter-regional fights and things that I don't know if a smaller nation that has a ton of natural resource wealth really can be compared to America. It's like comparing Norway to all of Europe.
You can't.
It's really challenging.
You're right.
Right, and you should.
You're right.
And I have to agree when it comes to, especially after the Second World War. So let's say from 45 to 1972, or 1952, or when the Norwegian and the British government decided where the line in the North Sea would be, where we can look for oil and where they can look for oil. And for some stupid reason, I guess Norwegians knew about the oil wells. But like, if you look at the line, you can see that all the oil wells landed on our side of that line. So from 1972, we have a welfare fund that is like $2.2 trillion that is just laying there marinating for whatever going to happen in the future. We can stay alive for centuries. Like you said, we're only like 7-8 million people here. So $2.2 trillion in our welfare fund, which means everybody in Norway and a Norwegian citizens' bank account fund.
Yeah, but you still have to eat fish.
Hey, the Russians are actually stealing a lot of our fish, and we're kicking them
problem is
out of the North Sea or the back.
Your reproduction rate is only 1.2 per female. So you're basically going to die off in about 100 years. So
no, but you're right. You're right, and it's a problem. Meaning, like,
no. Here's what you should do.
I'm not on the market, but the dating market in Norway is like, hey, meet up. You want to fuck? But yeah, but I don't want it. I don't want any kids. That's just how it is, unfortunately. I understand, Benjamin, but like.
Well, Benjamin, we can't rely on them. Got to move to another country.
How about you, Benjamin, make a case for something and then I try to rebut it? Because all you have been doing is like, oh, your country is so bad, your country is so bad, and then I tell you why it's not so bad.
I mean, my hope for America is what it's always been. I think it's the hope I hope we all.
I can reflect it in my own everyday life, or you can just look on YouTube
where you're not limited by
and see videos from Norway, how we live.
I think that if you're going on a vacation and you travel to some place nice and you're on the beach and you meet somebody from America, you should think
circumstances of your
taxes that are required to you.
I'm the leader of the fraud task force.
That's the thing.
For your
I have to admit that I don't have a personal experience, but from what I hear from everyone is that
Walgreens storage
when Americans come to Norway on vacation, they're so loud. When they're talking, it's like it's yelling, and they're like just crossing the street like they're owning the freaking road. I mean, it's so obnoxious. That is what I hear from people in Norway, Denmark, Finland, Sweden when Americans come here. Hey, Benjamin, have you heard about her name? She goes by Promise or Eve on YouTube. She's an American living in Finland at the moment. She's mostly on the YouTube channel called The Line with Jimmy Snow and probably Matt Dillahunty and all those guys. Biologists like Valkai, what was it, Forrest Valkai?
Is that over the last
so
hour,
you can check out Eve.
Loud and obnoxious person in the room.
She's an American living in the Nordics,
from America,
explaining how not
numerically you might just find that that's not the case. But look, if somebody sees somebody who's loud, they're probably more likely to remember it and tell stories about it. And look, I know it's a lot to ask an American to tell America thank you for coming to Europe and risking your lives to save us from the Nazis. But if you have time and you're not too busy and you're not too drunk, just say thanks every once in a while. We save the world, we pay for the world's healthcare and defense, and we don't ask for a lot in return. A thank you might be nice sometimes.
What do you mean by that, Benjamin?
We fought the global war. There's another way of saying that same thing, Benjamin.
Like, to a certain degree, I would agree with you, Benjamin, that I think it was in 1948, 49, you have NATO, and this is kind of weird because the very first conversation I had with someone on Clubhouse was a woman that denied that Norway was a part of NATO, meaning like Norway was one of the founding nations of NATO. But anyways, she was just ignorant. Yes, Article 5. You guys have given us a lot of safety over the years. But now when Donald Trump, for the second term or time, is in the White House, you can see all over Europe we're making what do you call it? Like contracts with other nations, like China even is now having a contract and collaboration with Ukraine simply because of the drone technology and the fiber optics and all that shit. That, by the way, that is something that I'm very knowledgeable about. That what is going on in Ukraine. If anybody want to have a conversation about that. about that. But anyway, the point here is that so many countries in Europe, like Germany, Belgium, Italy, France, they are now making how do you say it in English? Like not military, but like arms deals with other nations than U.S. Do you know why recently? Because the U.S. don't have any stockpile left. Do you know why? Because they flew them all across the Middle East just now the last 2 months. So you guys don't have anything to sell anymore. So Norway, a small town called Kongsberg, like Kongsberg in Norway, is like one of the largest manufacturers of ammunition, munition, and weaponry, and of course,
Anders, let me just kind of step in. If we take the opposite of what you're saying, it might be true that the reason we won't give anything to Ukraine was because Trump didn't want to support Ukraine, was taking Russia's side, and by firing all these off for Netanyahu's purposes, he can now argue, you guys are on your own, and finish his plan to get out of NATO. So it's not that we don't have anything left; it's that it serves the use to say we don't have anything for you guys. It's not that we don't have anything for ourselves.
And I stand corrected.
It's how he works. He starts with how he can fuck over his ally, and then maybe think about how it helps or hurts the U.S. Right?
Yeah, I will be more careful about my wording because you're correct
David, that
by
the
correcting me.
The worst position a person can be in very often is to be the person who
agrees with me,
who thinks that they're Donald Trump's friend.
Yeah.
The fact that Donald Trump has made Putin his friend might just be the end of the Russian project. I mean, there is a thing.
He's not his friend. He's just working as if Trump owns him. He's not even his friend. He's just Putin's work. Donald Trump doesn't know what it's like to be a friend. Donald Trump doesn't know what it's like to be a friend or have a friend. I don't know what's your model you use?
There is no friend of Donald Trump in the United States.
Yeah, I want to be honest. I think that Donald Trump is probably playing everybody, including Putin. And to the extent that you think he's siding up to Putin, Donald Trump doesn't have it in him to side up to people.
Hey, Donald Trump is running circles around himself in a way that if you just look at what he's on the lawn of the White House, about to enter a helicopter. Some journalists are asking him a question. He says, yeah, within the next 2 weeks. And then you have the exact same scenario. He's about to go into a freaking helicopter. 2 weeks later, they ask the same question. And he says, like, yeah, within the next 2 weeks. Donald Trump is a dilapidated, crazy, nonsense guy. I mean, I don't have anything just positive to say about Biden when it comes to his mental state either. It's just that some people are just blind to what Donald Trump is showing.
Fair enough. I just want to say this, Andrew, for you. If by the grace of God, 100 years from now, Norway is not an Islamic hellhole or an extension of the Russian Orthodox movement, or it's speaking Chinese, it will be because an American soldier did something. I promise you that. It won't be because a French soldier did something.
Can you start over? Because you actually lost me there. Like when you said that soldier.
If by the grace of God, Norway, your country, is not one of those countries where all the women wear a burqa in 100 years. And it's not some adjunct to the Russian project where you're all Eastern Russian Orthodox Christians, or you're not some kind of extension of China. It will only be because of an American soldier. And you don't appreciate it. It won't be because of a soldier in Norway. You're not going to protect yourself from these things. 8 million people, and probably you couldn't protect your way out of a paper bag and never have. The only reason Norway is a free country that is making up its own decisions is because the United States has defended that project for you.
I mean, if you want to cradle yourself with that pacifying thought, sure, go ahead. But I don't feel that blanket, to be honest. It actually might be, Benjamin, that the United States of America is holding up the whole rest of the world. That might be, Benjamin, but I don't feel that warmth from that blanket. Where's the blanket?
Well, we lived in the Cold War, Baker.
That's called an iron carpet, not a blanket.
Was based upon mutually assured destruction. Yeah, from the NATO with those with nuclear weapons, and obviously USSR at the time. Now it's obviously changed. And I think it's a good thing that we actually have our own defence capability as a European entity, for sure. I do. Well, we thank you very much, America. But the thing is, the UK has always thanked America. It really has. And we have been to war with you. And what is sad is the fact that Trump will go, yeah, but the Brits stayed at the back, which obviously he subsequently apologised for. But in Afghan, our area of operation was Helmand Province, was one of the most violent areas. Denmark, the irony, per soldier, had the highest casualty rate of deaths. So we're all being bitchy to each other. We're actually fucking, come on. There are bigger issues in the world, aren't there? And we need to step up and spend more on our own defence. I totally agree with that. But at the same time, Trump and Benjamin, we've all thought maybe he knows something we don't know. Maybe he's playing everybody and we just don't get it. Everybody's thought that, but I don't think that's the truth anymore. Do you really? You've lost five.
Can I respond to that by pointing out a couple of just simple, cruel facts? Israel is a tiny little country. I don't know, maybe there are 4 million people in the country, half the size of Norway. Their military is capable of pulling off it. People in Norway couldn't dream up if they were writing sci-fi novels. They have cell phones, pagers, that they catch them in the transit, they add bombs to them. When they're distributed to the terrorists, they blow up the terrorists. Shit, you can't even think of. You're up there in Norway trying to fit together a hobby drone. Like you've never seen technology in your lives. The French, when they were defending Europe against the expanse of the Nazis, lasted, was it 2.5 days? The French, basically, it's just a stack of dominoes. They just lean over and fire. That's nothing burger. You think Norway is going to stand against anything?
Yeah. Can I give you an example, Benjamin, if I may? So let's
Wait a minute. How many terrorists has Norway killed in the last 10 years? Yeah, I'll give you the answer because it's really easy to look up. The answer is 0.
No, actually one in 2021. Actually,
boy, we got to talk about that.
A guy had a 9mm and then like an AR type of rifle, and he actually shot and killed a lot of people. Yeah, in the downtown center of Austin. Yeah, in 2021. Maybe 2022. To be honest, yeah, I think it's 2022. But that's not my point, Benjamin. I want to say something and hear your response.
Do you think there are bad people in the world?
Yeah, definitely. So,
okay, do you think bad people are afraid of Norway, or more afraid of Norway or Israel?
Wow, actually, now I forgot what I was going to ask you. What did you say earlier?
Do you think bad people are more afraid of Norway or Israel?
Now I'm trying to remember what you said earlier. That I have a question
I don't know what y'all are talking about. This is pretty boring, but
yeah, I agree. That's the thing, bro, is that I'm trying to stop Benjamin to either myself make a point that he can engage with, or he, as he do, make a statement, and I want to stop him, and I want to engage with that statement, but Benjamin is not allowing anyone to engage with him back and forth.
well, to be fair, Anders, you've been talking for like an hour, so he's probably trying to walk you down a little bit or something. But not that Benjamin hasn't been talking for an hour.
Now what?
Never. I'm not exactly sure. My eyeballs are hurting looking at the screen of you guys talking so long. But it's just.
Why are you watching the screen?
Yeah, I mean,
I pay a lot of attention to your facial flares. And
I remember now.
My facial flares, like you can see my face.
Yeah.
As I'm speaking.
Looking at you at noon, both with your hands on your face. And, looking
see,
at
look, none went away. None went away because she doesn't think that's right.
I'm focused. Benjamin's got his bunny there. T's got his bunny cat.
Elliot is dabbing.
I said that already.
Okay. Just making sure. I don't want you to miss Elliot dabbing.
Yeah,
Well, maybe more so Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
It's
tabbing.
Real American.
Oh, is that a weed thing? No, you've not heard that. You've not heard that? Oh my gosh, actually, he doesn't know what it is.
It's okay. Elliot is okay.
He has to.
He's still on the good side.
He's making the drug reference. What's up, Jim? What up? I don't know.
Hi, Jay. Hey, T. T is here.
She's chilling like a Milligan Bill. I was working on footwork here while listening to you guys, staring at you all intently.
You're weird.
Victoria's late to the party. Victoria, attendance was taken like 2 hours ago. You weren't here, but we can do makeup.
We can do makeup in the space?
Simon. Makeup work. Otter.
No. Stop it, Professor. Stop it.
Barb has been here listening to this chit chat of Anders and Benjamin, but it was productive. Learned about Norwegian culture a little bit.
Professor, I really thought that you were going to allow us to do makeup.
Simon's affection for the king.
God save the king.
King was the king as their God. Keeping him alive. What's up, Victoria?
Hello. Yeah, I was hoping we could do some makeup too.
Oh, yeah.
A little halo eye or something.
Let's do it. I'm down.
If you have to do makeup for me, what would you do? Because I seem to be lacking a little color in my photo. What could you do to help me out? I probably need more than color on the picture. I'm sure.
You're looking a little pale. I feel like you've lost a little rust there.
The thing that I would do for most men is I would prep first, make sure the skin is healthy, make sure it's moisturized, and add a little bit of sheen. I think a lot of men have dull skin, because they don't exfoliate as much as they should, and they
sounds
could
like
look much more youthful if they just did that. So I would
have a
start there.
The tip is hyaluronic acid. That's the tip. And Pro knows this.
I do know this.
I actually think I had a set, like, it was like 10 different things, and the one you mentioned, I think, was one of them. And is it like...
You don't need 10
is it like no, that was just a false, what do you call it, like a series of like products. I was given it for free from a friend of mine. But one of them was actually like blood, like red blood cells. Wow. It was crazy.
Yeah, we heard about some of those stories here in the U.S. Some obsessed parents.
Otter said, in honor of doing makeup, I will change BRB. Otter, you're an otter. What are we doing? Why do we have a squirrel eating a otter? Oh my.
Oh, just bad.
That's a little. That's very carnivore.
Otters are carnivores. Well, they're omnivores.
Well, the squirrel is a carnivore in the picture. Contrast that with Benjamin's.
I'm not sure that's what's happening there. That could be a trick picture.
I mean, I thought rabbits were cute until I saw my own rabbit as a kid eat a rodent. So, I mean, yeah.
I mean, they are rodents.
Nature is not.
Is a rabbit a rodent? Does that qualify?
Yeah, kind of, actually. I don't think like taxidermically, but
I'm not interested in all the details. I just want to know if I can call it a rodent and get away with it.
No.
But does end up. I know you pro Lyric, I think, and Elliot as well. But does anyone here on stage like believe?
I'm going to speak for a while. Everybody here maybe believes in God.
Like maybes?
Or everybody here doesn't, or everybody does. It's one of those. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, like, I used to have a profile picture that said everything in the universe is either a duck or not a duck. And that is true.
I'm open to the prospect.
But that's just what you said, like, you're either or, sure. But so I'm not a believer. I never adopted the belief in a God. I grew up in a partially Christian Protestant family. But if there's an afterlife, if the Bible is true on the supernatural statements, if it is true, I would like to adopt that belief. And I'm 4 years into Clubhouse, and I would like to hear a coherent.
Well, this might not be the best place for it. I mean, I can't speak for Jay. Can't really speak for Simon. I feel pretty confident that I know Victoria, T, and Benjamin's stance. Aisha's is a little, maybe less.
What's her stance? Her stance on what?
The God belief.
Oh, sure yeah, you know.
Yeah. I can play tic-tac-toe in this room right now and get a win if I go diagonally.
If I may, Victoria.
Sure. Elliot, I know
do you believe a God?
No.
Exists?
No, I don't.
Okay, same here.
It's a no in the diagonal spaces for sure. Simon is a believer in the magisteria. What do you call it, Simon? You were already what? What's the term you used? A majestic? What is it?
The monarchy.
Monarchy. Yeah, but you didn't call it monarchy. You call it a monarchist. That's it.
But yeah,
so apparently that means you're okay with God, right?
Oh no. I've got one grandfather who was a Methodist minister, and another grandfather who was Jewish. I am now all over the place. I'm not a big religion God fan.
I'm going to speak for CM. I'm going to say CM is solidly in the no camp. You get solid. Benjamin is super solid now. B's a solid no. Victoria's a solid no. CM's a solid no. Elliot's a pretty solid no. Those are your really, really solid no's.
Yeah. Hi, CM. We know it.
Hey, Pro, speaking of nose, we moved off the makeup thing quite fast, but while we were doing that, I found this photo that I put up as my PTR of me doing makeup to do a tiny face. And in fact, that's just my nose.
Yeah, I can see it. That's actually kind of. Did you actually do it yourself? That's great work. Like the illusion. I mean.
Yeah, it might pretty fantastic, Victoria. I appreciate it. Thank you for sharing.
So we could do anything you wanted, Pro.
Wow.
Yeah. But Victoria, that's why I asked. I think it was just drowning in the waters. But I asked a question like, do you have like something that you can give a tip when it comes to exfoliating your skin? Like, if you see my profile picture, I wax my eyebrows. I go to a professional and color them and everything. So I'm already feminine. And people on Clubhouse have been calling me gay for like 4 years. So I'm actually interested because I am like that. So
well, I don't. Yeah, you're well groomed. I think that's nice. People take care of themselves however they want to do that. I think that's great. I used to have I fell down the rabbit hole of a ton of different stuff to take care of my face and my skin in general, not just the face, but neck, arms, everything. And generally I just have a gentle wash. I'll use a makeup remover that is oil-based to take off that stuff. But I just use salicylic acid, which isn't an acid, but it's in a lot of different toners and such. And I sometimes will use them in pads that I can get. I don't use the same thing all the time because I don't have super sensitive skin, so I don't have to worry about that. So when I need something, I'll either buy what's on sale, or if somebody's recommended something, great, I'll try something new. If not, I'll go to an old standard. In fact, I have oxy pads that I use on occasion when I don't have something special around. And so after I wash my face, I'll use that salicylic acid on a pad. And then the key, I think, is a good moisturizer at night, a nice lotion or moisturizer in the day. But I don't even use a moisturizer in the morning because I always put on sunscreen, and that has moisturizing in it. So, but sunscreen is probably the biggest thing that I changed about 6-7 years ago. And I wear it every day. It's just part of my skincare. And I think that's really helped change my skin. So really you need a cleanser, some sort of exfoliant a couple of times a week. And I do dermaplaning as well, which is like kind of shaving my whole face. And so if you shave, you're actually exfoliating every day, right? But to do the other parts of your face that you don't shave, you can either use something that is like one of those dermaplaning knives. I mean, you can get them on Amazon and stuff, and do the rest of your face, or just use some sort of liquid. But you don't have to be really harsh. What I found was a lot of friends who got into skincare during COVID went really hard on some stuff. And a lot of friends went really slow, and they come out with the same, after a year, they come out with the same changes, but, one had reactions to things and one didn't. So, I would just make sure that you have a routine. And the people who know me in here know that I am the sunscreen queen. Like, I'll always say that's got to be the number one thing. Wash your face and put on sunscreen.
I think the key word is I need to start a routine. I need to make it something that I do every day, like in the morning or evening, whatever. But yeah, I think that's the key word I will take from what you said.
Well,
and I also
here's what gets you into the routine is if you wash your face in the morning, again, not harsh, just a gentle wash, and you do nothing else but put sunscreen on, that's a good start because sunscreen is the most important thing to put on in the day. And then you want to wash the sunscreen off at night. I mean, I've sometimes gone to bed with sunscreen on because makeup on and don't have a reaction. But just sunscreen off and put a moisturizer on. And if you start just with that, just washing, sunscreen, washing, moisturizer, that's going to, be a good start. And then if you want to add in once or twice a week some sort of exfoliant, I'm sure Aisha has a few things to say on this too. But that's where I would start. Like I said, I love pampering myself. And so sometimes I'll say to my husband, do you need the bathroom? Because I'm going to be like half an hour because I'm going to go in and I'm going to do the 10-step plan that I used to do because it feels good. It smells good. And the next day I maybe it's placebo, I don't know, but I feel like my face looks a little plumper and nicer, right? But I also know I'm not going to do that every day, right? So anyway,
doesn't shape even encourage the facial hair to grow?
No,
not really. No,
it can sometimes feel like that because they all grow back, and they don't grow back with a little point at the end as if you've plucked them. They grow back and they feel thicker because they don't have the point because you've cut it off. But no, I've been dermaplaning. I've been dermaplaning for like 4 years now, and I had some peach fuzz around my jaws and closer to my ears that I couldn't figure out how to wear foundation or.
Couldn't get rid of it because you're a man.
Peach fuzz. And
couldn't get rid of the peach fuzz because I'm a man.
And so on occasion, I've gone like a month, 5 weeks, 6 weeks without doing it. So the fuzz grows in again. But because my skin is healthier and I don't wear as much makeup anymore because I don't have to hide my skin, it doesn't really bug me. But I now do it more for my skin than the peach fuzz.
Are these people from the Jewish faith?
I have to say, my personal preference, I like people
it's forbidden for them to actually create their own political state. I'm from the similar kind of background or sect that believe it is forbidden for the Shias or even for the Sunnis to actually make a political kind of government and govern ourselves, because if we rule in the name of religion, everything that we do is going to tarnish the name and the reputation of our religion. Because after all, like we're just human beings. We could make mistakes. We could oppress others in the process of actually getting to power or maintaining power. So if we do that in the name of our faith, all it's going to do, this is going to demolish the very perception of our faith. It's just like if you identify with any kind of brand, for example. So if let's say you
I think it's understandable. I don't think it's understandable. It's understandable. Yeah. So anyway? So are you spread out, dispersed among the people, or are you?
Yes, we are spread out because we believe at the end of times this is God's wisdom that because of all the tyranny that happens in the world, if we all stay in one place, it's easy for the devil or the bad people to just kill us all. So by God's tradition, apparently we have to disperse on the planet, so less of us get killed or destroyed, so that the true message of our faith is preserved.
Thank you.
So, quick question then: can the true Shias right now be some priests and rabbis?
Basically, the concept of priesthood or rabbihood, it's not allowed in Islam. In fact, all the Muslims are encouraged to learn the religion and the jurisprudence and to acquire knowledge. so that knowledge is not centralized, it's decentralized, so that it cannot be taken advantage of. Whereas the priests in any religion, or even in Islam, unfortunately, they tend to encourage centralization of knowledge or jurisprudence. And in that way, if you centralize anything, you are only creating grounds for corruption, because if you centralize wealth or centralize power, that's going to corrupt the system, which is why in government or in political systems we have these separate, like the different three main aspects of government are kind of separate and kind of not sovereign but independent, like judiciary, you know what I mean, right? Like the judiciary, the executive branch, and the lawmaking branch, they're all separate parts, because if the power of these three entities are concentrated into one entity, it could easily be corrupted.
All right, so I'm going to give you an example. Right? During the time of Jesus, he used the word, because the word begotten can mean it has different meanings, right? And I'll give you an example. There are Muslims and Jews like myself that I'm going to say we are cut from the same cloth. Even though he is a Jew, even though he is a Muslim, even though I am a Catholic, we are cut from the same cloth. So when I say this true message of God, right, can those people be distributed between all the faiths? So what you find to be the true message of God could also be a certain sect in Christianity and a certain sect in Judaism, and so on and so forth. Do you think that the Shia message is spread out like that? Or you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, so basically we believe in all like Abrahamic faiths, like Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. There is one group which truly tends to follow the true message of their prophets. So basically, but they're a minority. Always you have in the Quran that the majority is not condoned, is condemned. And also it always says the minority are usually the ones who actually are the people who think, who use their logic, and who truly follow the teaching of their prophets. The majority is never, there's an analogy even, that the 99% are not always going to, are not always taking the right path. The 1% normally know what's going on.
Oh my God. The 1%ers, but not that kind of 1%ers.
Where did you get not that kind of 1%, man. 1%, which is,
during that time, that's all it was. I was just get off of work and usually 99% of the gospel churches, I get the system, they all some night drops at night. Where I was, they have for midnight release. I would get like my boy's gonna be 13. Think to Xbox and Xbox and
so we're going to say that
I'm proud of people that
we say that also in Catholicism.
I'm gonna try and make it work as best I can.
Where you've been born into the world, that there are people following the message of Christ. Some of them are Jews. Some of them are Muslim. Some of them are Buddhists. Some of them are atheists. And we don't know. It's sort of like the Mahdi, right? It's sort of like that sort of thing, right? You don't know who he is until the end, right? Until he reveals himself, right?
Until the signs before his coming, the highest signs, the 5 signs which, when they appear, then he can be identified easily.
But you don't even know, right?
We were given those prophecies, we were given 5 main signs just before it comes. And those signs can be identified with those 5 signs. There are events which will take place, and these events are so incredible that no one can fake them. And because of that, this is how we can identify that he is the true Savior who is coming at the end of time.
So is he born into the world though?
Yes, he's born. He was born.
Okay, he's born into the world. Okay, cool.
1,100 something years ago. So he's that old, like in terms of his age, but he appears to be around 40 years old, according to the traditions.
They still got some yelling going on.
He gained a significant number.
I thought this was lineage.
Not necessarily lineage, but
He's not because of his lineage. It's so happens that
it happens that it's his lineage, but it's not about his lineage, which gives him legitimacy. It's the fact that God appointed him as the leader or the imam who's going to lead the people into salvation.
Oh, so the lineage is not even unknown. You're saying?
No, the lineage is known. His lineage goes back to the lineage of the prophet. His lineage goes back to the lineage of Prophet Abraham to his sons Ishmael. So the lineage of prophethood ends with the common lineage of prophethood ends or is traced back to Prophet Abraham. So the Jews are the children of Isaac who had a son called Jacob, and his sons were the 12 tribes of Israel. Jacob was also known as Israel, basically, and Muhammad was from the lineage of Ishmael, who was in Saudi Arabia by God commanded Abraham to take his wife Hagar and Ishmael to that land and to leave them there. And Muhammad is from the lineage of Ishmael.
Muhammad is from Ishmael.
And it's interesting because Mahdi is from the lineage of Prophet Muhammad, but his mother was a Christian princess, interestingly. So his father married a Christian princess who converted into the religion of Prophet Muhammad, and his father married her. And Mahdi was born when he was 5 years, and his birth was very much similar to the birth of Moses, because Moses was prophesied as the prophet who will overthrow the throne of Pharaoh, who was a tyrant. And Mahdi was also prophesied to be the person who will the throne of the tyrants of the time. So he was very much anticipated by the rulers of his time, and they were waiting for him to be born so they can kill him. And when his mother was pregnant, no one can see by miracle. No one can see the signs of pregnancy in his mother. So he was born in secret. And
much like Jesus, right?
Yeah, much like Jesus.
Much like Jesus. Now, can you tell my friends, the Christian princess, who gave birth to the Mahdi, who was from Rome? What's her name, Amir?
Her name was Nargis, or Narcissus, or Nargis. Is exactly your name.
Could weaken the country itself, at least in their opinion. And so, I mean, there's
Nargis, as Nargis is to Mahdi, Virgin Mary is to Jesus.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Interestingly, I've been doing a lot of reading here on the side while you guys are talking. So turns out, lawmakers, according to studies, and we've discussed this before, dedicate 30 hours a week on the average to dialing for dollars. There's a study by Ohio State University, you can look it up, which says that members of Congress are unaware of what they're voting for because of the volume of bills that are presented, the length of the bills, and the fact that they're dialing for dollars. I added that part. It's not part of the Ohio State study. So they rely on their party leadership to tell them how to vote.
primarily they're staffers, but party leadership comes in the most contentious issues. If you have a bad staffer, then you're not going to be prepared. If you have good staffing, then you'll be prepared for whatever hearing or bill you walk into. So yes, party leadership is important, but the quality of your staff is, I think, even more important than what leadership actually says, because it's the foundation by which you then go vote for things, right? I will agree there's a lot of bills and leadership does a lot of votes sometimes. And particularly on our most contentious issues, I think. But again, I think staffing is, that's where you build the base before the leadership tells you what to do. So I think they're both important, but I think staffing is probably above leadership a little bit because of what staff is.
Marshall is better than everybody else. You hear this shit?
And the second thing to consider is a study, I think goes back to 2015. You can find it very easily by typing in the authors' names. Martin Gilens, Gilens, at Princeton, and his co-researcher was William Page from Northwestern. So just type in Gilens and Page, and you will find stories about, and maybe the actual study pop up in your browser. The conclusion of the study is, are you ready for this? And this goes against everything Marshall and I have been preaching here for so long. Ready for this one, Marshall?
I'm ready to be wrong.
No, I mean, this goes against what you and I have been telling people to do all along. Congress literally doesn't care what you think. How about that? Now, I haven't delved into the details of the study, but that's what the study says. And I will read it on the train on the way into work as soon as we part company here, that Congress doesn't even care what you think. So who's influencing Congress? And I would agree that it's not just the party leadership. I would have to agree with Scott that a lot of it has to do with lobbyists. And as I started to say back when Scott interjected the question of lobbyists, how many of these lobbyists are former Congress members? Or how many, maybe the better question to ask is, how many members of Congress become lobbyists? So
I don't know, but I can tell you there's staffs. In Congress, once you retire, you go into as a staffer, once you go off the hill, you go back to your state and you do your thing, whatever that is, or you go to K Street and get hired as a lobbyist for a firm.
Right. So now that leads us to wonder how much influence those lobbyists had on the vote of those members of Congress to prompt them to hire those members of Congress and their staff members once they leave the Hill. So, and the whole system is, oh my God, Congress doesn't care what you think.
As it was explained to me, it's about pre-existing relationships. So, there's a guy, let's just use the Commerce Committee as an example. There's a staffer on the Commerce Committee, he's been there for 30 years. He then retires and goes to K Street. Well, that staffer has worked with all the other staffers. So, let's say it's a telecom lobby. And that's and Spectrum's got their lobbyist, and that lobbyist happened to have worked on the Commerce Committee. Commerce Committee oversees the FCC and communications, so it's under their purview. And then that lobbyist would call up somebody like my little brother. Hey, dude, how you been? I've been off the Hill for 6 months. What's life like for you? Is it stressful? And they strike up conversation, and they already have a pre-existing acquaintanceship or friendship. And then the lobbyist says, well, I got something I want you to look at. It's right up your purview, and we think it would be beneficial. Those friendships or pre-existing acquaintances often influence what gets before a congressman or senator. At least as it was explained to me. It's all pretty skeevy, but at least that is how it was explained to me, because my question to him was, don't lobbyists just like take you out to dinner and pay for a bunch of stuff and drop bills on your desk and then pass them? Well, it's more complicated than that, but you get the point. And then I got this answer. And it makes a lot of sense, and it makes lobbying a whole lot more pernicious, in my view. So because you're not trying to stop the lobby itself, you're to not have lobbyists be so influential, they would have to not have those pre-existing relationships in Congress.
So according to a study published by the University of Chicago Press, lobbyists frequently offer lucrative private sector jobs to former members of Congress and their staffers who supported their issues, a phenomenon known as the revolving door. These positions often pay significantly more than government salaries, creating potential incentives for staff to favor specific interests while still in office. So here you go.
Gary, I had a customer a year ago. He was a lobbyist in Washington. He says he makes 10 grand a week.
I'm in the wrong business. Victoria, followed by
Me too.
At least I've had some time to calm down. A couple of the callers, you call them, people, and that they can say, oh, yeah, he may be kind of bad in certain ways, but the alternative, and Trump all the way, or I'd pick him anytime. It makes me ill. The fact.
Did somebody say that? I didn't actually hear that, but maybe I missed it.
Oh, they pick him anytime, yeah, compared to all day, every day, or something like that.
What Steve said specifically was, if the alternative was Brian, if the alternative was worse, then I would pick Trump. Now, worse in that conversation is a judgment and a partisan leaning.
Okay,
so you have to.
Yeah, Marshall's right on this. I mean, I think the worst idea is that you'll get overrun by.
I couldn't think of anything worse than this man.
Yeah, but I mean, I think the argument would be worse is we will get overrun by LGBTQ immigrants from Cuba or something, and and the money will run out, and none of us will feel at home anymore.
Right.
I'll
being really important, more important than
the argument though.
I'll give you something that I heard on the door knocking in 2024. That the Biden administration had let in, and this is what CBP believe. If I'm wrong, please correct me, but I'm fairly certain I'm correct. The Biden administration had let in a total of about 13 million people. That's larger than half the population. Half of states in America. So that means
is that a true fact? Is that a real, honest fact? That's what I'd love some validation if that's true.
Sure.
Just in the Biden administration time, you're saying 13 million people.
That's what CBP said they processed. Now, again, maybe I'm wrong. I'm referring to a stat that's several years ago. So,
but Marshall, fair to your point, even if we, quivered over the numbers,
he let in too many people.
Yeah, and so basically, I think there's a part of the population, and it's not me, but I understand their argument.
People I lived with because it imposed on our resources.
Right. I mean, basically, the argument is the left's view of the country is chaos. It's open the borders, it's No, it's basically, don't put anybody in jail. It's,
And there was a bill to fix it before. So
no,
Biden fix it. So I like that. I agree with the argument that too many people were let in, but there was a bill that would have been passed. They were finally addressing the issue, and whoever came in next would have fixed it.
But I think to Gary's framing of the room, when you're thinking of why the Republicans are still with Trump, I think it's largely because there's the biggest fear is chaos. And so
this is chaos beyond. So, maybe they were
right. No, I get it. I'm not defending.
There are so many things. Criminal, pedophile, rape. I mean, every day it's something else he wants to control.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily.
We all know. I cannot understand people who excuse it and think there's.
I'm not excusing it.
So anyway, that's it. That's all I have to say.
I'm just saying why people vote for it. And I think
they think it's going to be chaos.
Yeah, there is this fear that if it's going to get worse, you're going to have trans bathrooms everywhere. You're going to have.
Oh my God.
You're going to have.
That's worse than the declining dollar, the world in chaos.
Right.
Hating us.
No, the problem is the
brightest are not coming here anymore to go to school. No one.
Right. But the problem is, but that's not emotive. See, Victoria. What you're saying is absolutely correct, but it's not a motive. And there are certain members of the Democratic Party who are a bunch of idiots, as far as I'm concerned, because they push these stupid nonsense issues. You don't see Republicans ever supporting trans people who are biologically men. It's a big civil rights issue. And they should have the right, because they self-identify now as female, to use the women's bathroom and to play sports against my granddaughters, right? You don't hear the Republicans saying that. And I don't think that it's necessarily a position of the majority of the Democrats. It doesn't matter. When you have Tim Walsh signing a bill that puts tampons in the boys' bathrooms for equality reasons, people go, what the hell's going on? And they ascribe that to the Democratic Party, and it's very emotive. It's very easy to get somebody to say, look at what those damn Democrats are doing. Try to talk to somebody and get an emotional response to the issue of people no longer wanting to come to this country to study and to practice medicine. And we're going to have.
That's not as important. Losing all of that talent, losing the desirability of us as a nation is less important to people.
That's not what I just said, though. That's not what I just said. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I didn't say that it was less important.
No,
I said the reason that people fixate on the one issue and not the other is because it's an emotive issue. So if I'm a Republican, if I'm in charge of marketing for the Republican Party, I'm going to jump all over these less important issues that have a...
And that's the problem.
Yeah, as a Democratic chief.
So where's the stability? Where's the
because Victoria.
Why don't people feel that?
It's not.
Civility dying is just.
It doesn't have anything. It doesn't have anything to do with that. As the Democratic chief of staff from on the East Coast told me, the saving grace of the Republican Party is the Democratic Party.
I know. I hear all this.
It's
not strong enough.
It's because of a conversation this woman had with a staff member who was not doing their job and not paying attention, and it then wasted all his time in the meeting to jump on a social faux pas. So what happened was she asked the staffer who's not performing at par, are you slow? Not like, are you mentally disabled, but are you having a hard time? And they then spent the next 45 minutes talking about how saying he was slow was just unacceptable. It's that kind of stuff that gets in the Democrats' way and provides the Republicans with a mirror to hold up and say, look at these people, they're nuts.
I agree with that, but the other things are bigger, are more important.
No, Victoria, they are in reality, but Victoria,
you just weaponize the small stuff, and then we get.
If you get in a street fight, if you're arguing over ideology, I think identity beats ideas every time, and I think it's interesting because the parties have flipped. I mean, it used to be that the right used to claim that the Democratic Party was the identity politics party. That has switched. The right has become the identity party. It's largely about traditional American values, Christian religion, Christian nationalism, this sort of stuff.
So babies with 3 different wives, yeah.
Yeah, and
on of that, a rapist and a
the Democrats,
I don't think that's why that stuff is.
The Democrats have become the party of ideas.
Both of you at the same time.
So, Marshall, I just think we lose because we've switched to be a party of ideas versus a party of identity. And I think we could craft a different identity, right? We could. I mean, part of the strategy for the Democratic Party could be to have a broad platform of an inclusive identity, and you're an American, and everybody gets into the safety net. We're all part of this messy, chef salad or soup that's America. But that's not. And we're losing that battle. And I think why Trump is still running the table, and why the Republicans will beat us every day.
Yeah, but that's not why
we preach ideas without identity, and I don't think that's ever.
None of it should matter. If somebody is a criminal, if someone behaves as badly as he does, there should be. It's like done. It's like how a woman. If a guy hits her once, that's it. You don't keep saying, "Oh yeah, it's not so bad." No, the person.
Yes, but that's not why Tampon Tim is so. That's not why Tampon Tim is so appealing. Tampon Tim is so appealing for the Republicans.
Wait, tell me what?
Tampon Tim. It's his name. Tim Walz. He got called Tampon Tim. Now.
Got it.
The point of this is, it's not appealing because it's an ancillary issue. It's appealing because it allows Republicans to go, look at these crazy decisions. Oh, by the way,
it's not nearly as crazy or as bad as somebody, grabbing a pussy. I'm sorry. There's no way you're going to...
Sticking tampons in a boy's bathroom isn't crazy.
Yeah. Maybe the girl's boyfriend needs him to grab it for her.
In what universe do boys need tampons?
His girlfriend wants him to get one because she's stuck somewhere and whatever. I mean, who cares? Who cares if there's a tampon machine in the bathroom?
Okay,
that's a reason to like.
Your response is why this is so appealing. Because it allows us to point at the Democrats and say they make crazy decisions.
It's a minuscule thing. We're talking about World War. I mean, my God.
No,
it's so silly.
Victoria, Marshall's right. This is why we lose. I mean, he's right. This is why we lose.
I mean, nobody was pushing that. You guys, they weaponized it. They weaponized everything. They weaponized trying to give everyone a fair shake. That's DEI, and oh my God, it's got to go.
Democrats do the exact same thing to Republicans in elections. The exact same thing. It's not a shoe. It's not worn by both.
The point is Trump's grip, and I do not, for the life of me, understand it. I can't get there. I cannot get there. that to excuse all of the things that could be listed, and everyone. Sorry, I live in San Francisco, but everyone I know feels exactly the same. So I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, so I will, Marshall.
That's just it.
Marshall.
That's the point. Like that's why.
Yeah.
That's why. Like, you
well,
know,
we're fantastic. We have an absolutely wonderful life, and I really wish Gavin could stay.
I'm not saying that.
Wonderful.
I'm saying.
And you know, the rest of you, I hope you can craft as nice a life as it is here in California.
If you ever come in contact with people who agree with and think like you that you spend time with, no wonder you got such a hard on for Donald Trump. Because we don't hear anything.
No, sorry, I am a now international person. I listen to international news, not our news. I have a worldview that is
not the point of
California. So just everyone in Europe knows what an idiot he is, and laughs, and we have lost any cachet we had. So whatever.
Europe's irrelevant to this. And that's not the point I'm trying to make.
It's not irrelevant. We're talking about
the point I'm trying to make is
about
the
the
reason you
refugees
have a hard time.
States.
The reason you have a hard time putting yourself.
I cannot follow this conversation, and if I can't follow the conversation, probably other people in the audience
cannot
follow the conversation either. So let's try to speak one at a time. Victoria, I want to ask you a question. Victoria. Can I ask you a question?
I've done it before and it doesn't work.
What have you done before and it doesn't work?
He used to be ridiculous in the chat. I'm glad I'm no longer in the chat. But anyway, no, it's not my interest. Thank you.
I don't know what you're
I said what I
saying.
needed to say, or what I. But
all right, can I ask you a question?
Okay. Yes.
Can I ask you a question? Thank you. If you were in charge, we know that I know what I would do if I were in charge of the marketing of the Republican Party. I would do exactly what they're doing now. I would jump on these inconsequential issues to make the Democrats look like idiots, and they're doing it very effectively.
I think you look like an idiot if you point to little things that don't.
Are you responding to me again before I ask the question? I just love it how you do this. I try to ask you a legitimate question, and you answer it before I ask the question. Do you want to finish my question for me? Because you seem to know what the question is. So, in your opinion, Victoria, I'm asking you a legitimate question. I'm not trying to get into a fight with you. Don't, sit there waiting for the moment to jump and strike. I'm asking you a legitimate question. If I were the guy telling the Republicans how to make issues emotive to make the Democrats look bad, what do you think the Democrats ought to be doing to reach on an emotional level the American people to get their point across in a manner in which they are not doing so today?
Well, advice is not my forte, but I've heard Gavin talk and make a lot of sense. I think there are issues that go to the heart of who.
What would you say? You're the person right now. You're representing the Democratic Party right now. What would you say? What would you say?
American values like civility, like truth, like empathy, humanity, the things that the people who go to No King's protests, what they're objecting to, the way that I dealt with families broken apart. You're telling me that you can't have heartstrings if you do some of the human stories? I mean, focusing on small things and weaponizing
so I would agree. So I would tell you that I agree with you, Victoria. I would tell you.
It's ugly. Well, it shouldn't be ugly. The people I grew up with who were in politics, Dianne Feinstein was my childhood, friend's mother. She was lovely. She did it for the right reasons.
So let me try and explain. Okay, can I agree with Victoria for a change here? Would that be okay? Would everybody okay with me doing this? I agree with your point, Victoria. So I will give you, as I often do, examples. When we had the housing crisis where people were losing their houses because they were underwater, and we all saw it in all of our neighborhoods, no matter what our socioeconomic standing was. We all saw the foreclosure signs for sale on houses in all of our communities. And I, as a journalist, were doing what I was doing as every other journalist was, many stories about, the numbers. But then I did a story where I just focused on one individual. And the title of the article was, I've done everything right and I'm still losing my home. Because that was a quote from the person I was featuring. There was a tremendous outpouring of support for one person. There were millions others who were in as dire straits or worse than her. But as a result of one article featuring one individual, it hit at the heartstrings of people all across this country. I think there were even people internationally who responded to this because it resonated with them emotionally.
Gary, I would say that.
So let me just finish the point. So to Victoria's point, the Democrats should be taking examples like the president always does at the State of the Union and makes somebody stand up and everybody cheers them for one reason or another because they were a victim or they were a hero or they did something great or whatever. That humanizes the issue. And throwing facts and figures out, I don't think is a successful strategy.
I'm with you, Gary.
It's the reason that I think.
Let me just say this.
Can I just say PBS, CBS, Sunday morning and 60 Minutes, right? Like Charlie Rose, like I love those shows where they do take the time to either talk to a novelist or on Sunday morning there are heartwarming stories and even 60 Minutes mixed in with, so people don't get that anymore.
But I would say rhetorically, the way the Democrats beat the Republicans is they say it's freedom and fairness. That we want a country that's fundamentally more free and fundamentally more fair. So we want people to have freedom. We're a country based on liberty. Thomas Jefferson, Declaration of Independence. So our platform, it's fundamentally about freedom. But at the same time, we can't have freedom without fairness. Because, fairness without freedom is totalitarianism. And freedom without fairness is, it's just nihilism. And so I think that would be the strategy, is to say that we're the party of freedom and fairness. And some of the freedom is so and then you fold gun control.
Humanity, empathy, civility.
Yeah. And the argument for gun control is largely that you're more free when people aren't running around with assault weapons. You're just fundamentally more free. And the society is more fair when everyone has health care. And everyone wants freedom and fairness. And so that would be my argument for how you counter the Republicans, which,
That's us San Francisco Dems.
Yeah.
I've heard all my life.
Okay, thank you for that, Victoria. Thank you, Scott. We're going to move on because it's already 6:54. Coco, and if time lost.
Yeah, thank you so much to the boss in the room. Hello, Gary. Hello, Marshall. It's been a long time no speak.
Hey, Coco, what's up?
What's up, bro? So, to speak on the topic of the room, snagging sagging. Excuse me, I'm driving right now. Sagging in the polls, but Trump's grip on the GOP is firm. And I agree with every bit of that. Trump's approval rate. Oh, wait. Did I miss my AC? Yes, Trump's approval rating is definitely sagging in the polls and dropping in the polls. And even as his approval rating is dropping in the polls, his firm is definitely tight on the GOP, on the Republican Party. We unfortunately are here in my state of Tennessee. The Republicans that are Tennessee Capitol Hill have, of course, been pressured by, our Trump, by the Trump administration or by Trump himself, to redraw our map and basically split a major metropolitan city in 3 different ways, which intentionally dilutes the black voting power within that district. And so with that being said, a lot of things are happening right now at a local level, at a state level, at a federal level, at a global level during administration that everyone needs to be worried about and concerned about and afraid about. I think that is the chaos at hand. We have civil unrest here in our United States of America. We have people protesting in Alabama. We have people currently protesting in Louisiana. We have people currently protesting here in Tennessee. We have, people protesting in multiple places right now, especially in the southern states, due to discrimination tactics that have been historically used in this nation. So a lot of people tend to want to try to brush off the fact that, they think it would have been bad or worse with Kamala, but we will never know that. We will never know that because Kamala is not the president. She will never be the president. I think Kamala said that she don't feel like running for office no more. And if I was her, I wouldn't either. I wouldn't want to run for office no more. Like everybody, the way that people, for one, the way that they threw Kamala up in front of everybody, I think even she knew that she wasn't going to win, but she did it to finish it. Okay, and so with that being said, when we talk about what's going on here in the state of Tennessee, if Kamala, in my opinion, if Kamala was president, this would not be going on. We have Republican Tennessee lawmakers breaking their own state law to try to redraw a map to try to dilute a historically predominant black city. That is voter dilution. That is the prime example of vote dilution. The prime example. And we're not just, and I want everyone to be mindful here. Gerrymandering, there's 2 different kinds of gerrymandering. There's political gerrymandering, and then there's racial gerrymandering, and both can also happen at the same time. And I was making this point with someone earlier that he was like, no one said anything, no one had this much fuss when Nashville was, split up in, just a couple of years ago. Republicans split up the Nashville demographic voting power in 3 different ways, and they're doing the same thing with Memphis. And what I said to him was, well, with Nashville, for one, there was huge outcry. There was even lawsuits, and when they took it to court, it was mainly about partisan gerrymandering, political gerrymandering, partisan gerrymandering, and the law and the court treats partisan gerrymandering and racial gerrymandering differently. And here in Memphis, in my great state of Memphis, Tennessee, you have both happening at the same time. And I promise you that this map that they're currently trying to do, which is literally unconstitutional, will never hold up in court. And that is the type of things that's happening during this administration. So yes, he has a firm ass grip on the GOP because they're over here breaking laws, trying to take away people's rights and voting power. So yes, Trump absolutely has the GOP firmly in his grasp, and it's unfortunate that they're using every bit of this opportunity to try to set us back 50, 60, 70, 80 years.
We're out of time, Coco. But I just want to say,
I'm going to land here.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
I said okay. I said okay. Go ahead.
And so with that being said, this is my last point Bro, you gonna let me over, man? Hello? Okay, my bad. And so with that being said, when we talk about what's currently going on in our United States of America, we need to also be honest with the historical context of our nation. When you have Republican representatives in Republican states using this ample time to strip away voting power and voting representation, that is a tactic that has historically been done.
They get both a lot of time, buddy. Sorry. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time. So till 5 p.m. New York time.
Okay, my bad.
Tomorrow. No worries, buddy. Till 5 p.m. New York time tomorrow for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum. Everybody be.
I wish you would have said it was a time before I got on the stage. I didn't know that there was a time or anything. But to finish, I was saying, because like I said, I wasn't making my last point.
As opposed to sticking up for them. It is cooler to hate them now, like for sure. I mean, that is something that should do.
I completely disagree. I think most of the shit based on my algorithm, most of the things that you say online is everyone fucks with Jewish people, just people don't fuck with the Israeli government, because what the Israeli government is doing is wrong. No one is saying like, fuck Jews. At least I haven't seen like people. And then like, what do Jewish people look like? Like, unless they have a yarmulke on, or they got them little fucking long ass dreads and that little weird ass outfit they wear, you can't tell if they're Jew or not.
You kind of can. I mean, let's be fair.
Maybe. I don't know. But I don't know. I'm black, right? I don't know no black people that's out here just.
They told me if you saw Steven Spielberg, your first guess wouldn't be he's Jewish.
I would say he's white. I would say he's white. These are like these are white people.
You're the biggest hypocrite I've heard on this app in a while. You said there's no people killing black people out there? Are you crazy? They burned down cities in fucking all of America for fucking George Floyd. What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about?
You guys, generally, I noticed that whenever you get a conversation about Jews on this app, what you get is you get black people that insist upon coming on the stage and making sure everybody knows they are the biggest victim of all times. And anything that's going on with the Jews, no, focus on us. The real victim. I mean, you guys do that.
Nobody is saying that.
You guys do
I literally gave you 3 different demographics, and I even critiqued the Black Lives Matter movement. Okay, a couple black people get killed. Now we're burning cities, and we're acting like black kids getting shot by the police is an epidemic, which is not.
And that's the hypocrisy because Jewish people are not doing that.
Hold on. Because you
that's the hypocrisy, Pierre. I know you don't want to hear it.
Like I was trying.
And they don't want to hear it, so they talk loud. That's why I have to talk loud.
Other demographics of people have used that same Black Lives Matter playbook, like I mentioned.
Nobody else has used it. Nobody else.
Now we're just in the Israel, the Jewish shit. That's all it is.
What are we doing? Are we burning down cities? Are we burning down cities?
No, he is right. I think he's kind of right though, because like the woke, they do the Jews did carry as much as Jews did cry wokeness after October 7th and all of the protests, and their fellow lefties, basically turned around and said, globalize the Intifada and fuck Israel. A lot of them are like, they're now all of a sudden October 7th Republican. And yes, a lot of them do this cancel culture bullshit, okay? And especially if it involves like saying you don't support Israel or something like that. That is woke cancel culture bullshit. At the end of the day.
How the fuck people decide one day to support a fucking terrorist group that did things like October 7th and way before.
Katie, what if he's in the middle of having lunch? I don't know. You sure you want to disturb his lunch so you can get him to discharge the fire?
And go against someone that is protecting his own existence.
But that's the left wing.
People in Iran, and they decide, no, this is not the good side. No, this is the
when
good
you're talking
side.
about lefties, the right wing is not. Even if they're critical of Israel on the right, they're not critical of Hamas.
Of course, they're from Hezbollah. What's his name? What's his name? That one guy, Jack
is Jackson Nichols, the protege of infrared. And Haas is this fucking midget, and I called him that when I spoke with him. But he's a small little Lebanese guy. And so basically, he is paid by Russia. They're pro-Russia. But their whole thing, and they came up with this like 6 years ago thinking they were clever, they called it MAGA communism. You can look this up. There's a couple of news articles written about it. And so they're like right-wing socially, so they say, but they are at the end of the day basically like tankies. They're left. They're very far economically, and they're not on the right. Like right-wingers, everybody in the dissident right hated those fucking people. Those are the people those are the types of lefties that will fucking kill people to get power.
We know, we've seen this happen over and over. How do you think the revolution in 1979 in Iran happened? It was a coalition between the left, the Marxists, and the Islamists. And what did the Islamists do when they came to power? They massacred all of the left and the Marxists. They hanged them by fucking cranes. This is what you fucking leftist Democrats don't understand. They don't give a fuck about you.
Yeah, the CIA had all of that to do with the first, with the Shah back in the day. All of this is documented, and you can read all about it. Just saying.
Yes. Yes, we know everything that happened, and we know everything that has been documented. But the reality is that it's far more complex than just the CIA involvement, because there was a Tudeh party, which was a communist Russian-backed party, which completed terrorist attacks and assassinated people. That's what you guys don't understand. It's more complex than just the involvement of the CIA to stop communism and Russia's influence.
Wait, this was in Iran you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. So
I don't think.
No. It's I'll let you go after me, Pierre. But yeah, I mean the fact that there were communists
on the south side,
Iran,
people showed up to push back against the Walgreens closing. The doors are set to close.
Look it up. The Tudeh party.
No. I haven't looked up the communist link, but I have looked up all of the other details around that, and the fact that when the idea that the Mossadegh, the prime minister, that he was, quote, democratically elected is a false claim. Yes,
by the constitution of the Shah, he had the right to elect.
Glow, you and I know both the
so
same thing.
So it's all the fucking propaganda lie of this.
And let me give you one more. And let me give you one more bit of information, which is the fact that when they say, America has even apologized for Operation Ajax, as it was called. You know who apologized? Democrat secretaries of state. Democrats who always apologize for anything that America does that might be perceived as promoting any kind of interest of American welfare. They're the ones who apologize, not on behalf of the CIA. So that claim like, America feels so guilty. No, it's the Democrats, the same people who immediately after 9/11 said, it's all our fault and we deserved it.
But yeah, Alan, I kind of want us to get back to the point. The point is the hate piece. And what I think that we do on the West, we have a great way of dramatizing and romanticizing negative things. So like earlier this year, everyone had a sign in their yard that was like, yo, if you see ICE, you can come hide in my house. And just Hispanic people are just getting snatched up off the street and like, Viva la Mexico, and like, so it was the Spanish people, it was the Hispanics earlier this year that were hated on and getting snatched up and all of that shit. Now it's just a new wave of what they want us to be dramatic about. Like, I really think it is what we are marketed to, what our algorithms are, because there is definitely a war going on in Israel, in Gaza, and all in the Middle East. There might have been a synagogue that has been blown up and stuff like that. But these are not like everyday occurrences to where we can literally, we got to go march in the street and say like, everyone stand up for the Jews because they're like getting persecuted. It's really not that. They are trying to.
Nobody's asking you to do that here. Nobody's asking you to do that.
I'm landing right here.
But the black people wanted everybody to do that. That's for sure.
I'm just landing. I'm just landing.
All right,
What I'm saying, I'm landing right here. All right, I'll get it. Y'all emotional. You're emotional. Yeah, you're emotional. Yeah. So the land. Do not let these people propagandize you into believing that Jews are like now the new hot victim. Because we've seen
Nobody's doing that. Nobody's doing that.
Where are you, motherfucker Harry?
Nobody's doing that, by the way. You know that, right?
Where are you, motherfucker Harry? Where are you?
Title. Why do Jews get so much hate? It's literally in the title. Nobody is
He's not a Jew that's doing that. You know that, right?
IRGC supporter.
It's not like Jews are telling her open this.
Public supporter.
She literally gave us an example of why she started the room. She said she started the room because of what she sees online. She does not see this when she walks out her door.
And what you're saying is that Jews are going and starting a whole movement like you guys did. We didn't start any fucking movement. We didn't burn down any fucking cities. You guys burned down cities because of fentanyl drughead that killed himself. And you're fucking burning down cities. So you're very hypocritical, bro. Don't come and tell us what Jews need to do. Okay? Worry about the black people.
How am I hypocritical when I critique the Black Lives Matter?
All right, here, I'm talking now. So I definitely did say earlier that I have seen this out my fucking front door. There was a terrorist attack. I think it's the yeshiva or the synagogue, whichever one. It's a Jewish religious institution close to my home, okay? So, no, I don't appreciate this shit. And I don't appreciate seeing a constant, like, everywhere I go, everybody's, like, obsessed with hating Jews. And I do think Pepe's right. I think people think it's maybe like a fad, like they think it's cool or something. And it's honestly not cool. It's gross.
Can I go after you?
And it's weird. Like, why are you guys obsessed with hate for a certain group? I also think it's interesting, right? You know, it usually comes down to, you guys want to start talking about Israel, but you don't have the same smoke for like Americans, right? Which our government partakes in basically all of the same activities. So it's just all a bunch of hypocrisy, and it really feels like fake outrage at the end of the day.
So Miriam, the question that we pose for the room, since we want to talk about governments, how can people tell the difference between legitimate criticism of a government and prejudice against a group? And when people do have a prejudice against a group or a criticism against a group, why do they seem to be called anti-Semitic? Go ahead.
Well, because when people are always going, talking about the Jews and how they're responsible for, I don't know what, you see what happens. In the UK, 2 Jews have been stabbed just a week ago. Also, one of those charity ambulances of the Jewish community was, they placed explosives and bombed it in the UK. So this is a global intifada going on, and people are chanting for intifada on the streets. And no one cares, and they keep talking about the Jews and, you know, throwing oil on the fire repeatedly. And everyone thinks they're safe, but it always starts with the Jews, and it never ends there. So don't think you're special.
Yeah, I think we're living in different times where a lot of things are televised now and we don't have to read them in books. Like, we can actually see what's going on in Gaza. We can actually see the settlers doing all that crazy ass shit that they're doing in the West Bank and in Gaza. We can actually see Jews acting in an ignorant way.
Did you actually see what happened on October 7th? Did you see that also? You didn't mention October. You mentioned Gaza, but you didn't mention October 7th. That's funny. You think we just went into Gaza for fun, huh? We just went for fun, yeah?
Nobody said that.
And when I just mentioned October 7th, you fucking retarded fuck.
See, this is why
because you're fucking skip over. You just fucking piece of shit. Fuck you, bro.
Nobody
you're a fucking piece of shit. And that's all it comes down to.
Nobody said that.
We can see this. We can see that. We also saw October 7th.
I just think y'all went in there for no reason. You're talking for me. See, again,
you're talking for me. You're talking for me. Shut the fuck up. You play victim more than anybody. Shut the fuck up. I'm so sick of these fucking black people on this app. You guys are literally hypocrites, bro. You're doing exactly what white people did to you in the 1950s, the 1940s, the 1930s, and any time before then. You're a hypocrite.
Just because you're Jewish. Are you above critique just because you're Jewish?
No, it has nothing to do about being above critique. It has something to do about bringing the fucking back. Calling people out when they're wrong. Because most people here don't know how to do that. I don't let people finish when they're wrong. Fuck that. Because you're wrong. That's why. Now you can finish your sentence. Because I had to make sure you mentioned October 7th. I want to make sure October 7th is mentioned because you want to say everything's televised. Yeah, October 7th was televised.
In here has acknowledged that October 7th.
Nobody in here acknowledged that. Nobody in here said shit about October 7th. Shut the fuck up. Here, you fucking retarded fuck.
Happened and it was an atrocity.
Oh, little great. Oh, we don't think for your fucking sympathy. Fuck you.
I don't think anyone can watch those videos and not say that that was not an atrocity.
Yeah, whatever, bro. Shut the fuck up.
Yo, what the fuck? Like, what
you mentioned Gaza before October 7th. You think we just went to Gaza to murder people in Gaza? The point that I'm trying to prove is that mention October 7th first, then you can say Gaza.
To just shoot at white people because of what they did to us. Kill every white person.
Black people have done that already in the past, yes.
Obviously, we're not able to have a conversation.
No, I don't have conversations with retards like you, bro. Sorry.
I literally.
Anyways, I'm gonna go play some soccer. You guys can have a retarded conversation with this.
Why do you feel like you are above being critiqued? And I'm not talking about.
You're projecting right now. That's literally what you're doing. That's literally what you're doing.
No, I'm talking about your government. The same way I
didn't say anything about the government. You're about televised shit.
Somebody just brought up the United States government. We commit atrocities all day, every day. People in the U.S. that critiques our own fucking country. And those are
people do it in Israel also, bro.
Did you not see all the veterans at the Capitol Hill the other day? They got arrested for protesting against the Iran war. Oh no, you were just worried about your Israeli shit.
What are you trying to prove? Like people go to the Capitol and protest all the time. That's been happening for years, bro.
Cheer for you, bro. Go cry with somebody else.
Crying. Nobody's crying, Pierre. You're the only one that's crying.
Allow someone to speak. That's not from your race. That's not from your background. Allow other people to give you their opinion.
We're not a race, you fucking retard.
No. But you don't allow people to do that.
Judaism is not a race, idiot.
You just bomb the shit out of them.
Like I said, you're just fucking retarded. That's the point. I literally proved my point right there, and everybody saw that I proved my point right there. Simple as that. What happened? Somebody moved him down? Anyway, sorry, Coco. I didn't really mean to, be yelling and screaming, but I'm very passionate about this shit. And I've been on here for years debating these type of retards, so just a lot of passion in the heart, which most people don't have. The passion that they have is the passion for hate. That's the passion that these fucking people have on this app. And that's it. And you know what I'm saying? These black people that come on here and do this are the biggest fucking hypocrites I've seen. That's it. Because white people are doing this shit to them fucking how many years ago? I mean, right? No one said shit. Yeah, you can laugh, you can say we're the biggest victims, whatever. You guys can say whatever you want. At the end of the day, majority of the people on this app are just fucking retards. That's it. Anyways, go on. I love thumbs down. Keep giving me thumbs down, X's. I want it all. Come on, give it to me. I love my haters. Look, you see my bio? What does it say in my bio, everybody? Open my profile. It says, I love my haters. So go ahead, keep hating because the hate keeps us strong. The hate keeps Israel going. Our haters keep our country going and the Jewish people proud and strong. And you know what? Jewish people have contributed to the United States of America since the 1700s. So if you guys don't fucking like that, then get the fuck out of them. We died for Americans, the American wars, World War I, World War II, Civil War. Jews have been in every single fucking war of America. So fuck all of you motherfuckers. It has nothing to do with fucking Israel. When people come after Israel, you come after Jews as a whole. That's it. And I will fucking be there to defend it no matter what. All of you can be fucking weak pieces of shit. I don't give a fuck. But like I said, Coco, I'm very passionate, and my passion comes out strong. And a lot of people don't have that. A lot of people want to sit here and do this fucking bullshit, you know? But I don't do the bullshit. I do facts. And that's it. Anyone thinks I'm emotional, you can think that I'm emotional, but everything that I said has been factual so far. And if anyone wants to check me, check me. You can write all you want in the chat. I love it. Keep it coming. All the X's, all the thumbs down. I love it. Anyways.
My thing is, Harry, why don't you let people have a dialogue?
I am, Abdullah. You know, I'm going to go, and I'll let you guys do it.
But why don't you allow people to have a dialogue with you?
Because, bro, when somebody mentions everything is televised, and then he says Gaza first, and doesn't say anything about it. He didn't mention one thing about October 7th. It's like you're skipping over history and facts. And I have to fucking make sure that I correct these motherfuckers. I don't care who it is.
What caused the war against
Exactly.
Yes, but don't you realize, right, that so many people have those same mentalities and perspectives, right? And they need to get it out in full so that you can respond to it.
He jumped in to respond to a question, and he didn't respond to the question at all. He just started like spewing propaganda, which is honestly
at the same time, Harry, you know, like I said with the Butters girl, like let her get it off because obviously it's a PR war, right? So people have this perspective. Let her get it off in full and not long-winded either, 2 minutes, and then
that's very long, 2 minutes, by the way.
And I was talking about Harry, or not Harry, Pierre, by the way.
And instead of like just calling her a bitch 15 times, right? Then you can actually dispel the mind virus. You know what I mean?
It's not gonna work. It doesn't work. I've been on this app 5 years. It doesn't work like that. I'm sorry to tell you, it just doesn't work. It doesn't work like that. So I have my own way of doing things. Most people don't like it. That's fine. And you know what? People say, I'll never do that in person. Oh, I'll do it in person too. I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't care where you're from. I don't give a shit. I'll do it in person. And there's plenty of people that do it in person too. Because like I said, we're not weak people. That's why we're still here. And if you look through history, many people wanted to kill us and eliminate us. But we're still here for a reason. Right? And that's it. That's all I need to say. You can hate Israel all you want. But Israel's always going to be there no matter how much you guys hate it. And we're going to sit back and laugh at all the haters because that's what we do. And you know what? We're going to keep contributing to the world and contributing to society like we have been. And the majority of the shit that's in your house is coming from Israel anyways. So if you guys want to boycott Israel and hate Israel, throw your fucking phone away. Throw away the majority of the medicine in your cabinet drawers because most of that stuff comes from Israel. Stuff in your car, like the sensors to tell you how to other cars. That comes from Israel. There's a lot of hours on here, but they want to just hate, and they want to hate, and that's what the virus. It's not even coming on here dispelling any mind virus. The virus is already there. It's the internet. To actually change that, unless somebody really wants to learn. She didn't want to learn. She wanted to keep spewing her bullshit. When I gave her a fact to go look up what El Abid is, and I hope everyone can go look this up. El Abid in Gaza. Just do El Abid in Gaza and see what that is, okay? It translates to slave in Arabic. Literal transition slave. It's a city in Gaza that's 11,000 black Gazans, Palestinians live there. And it translates to slave. So that's all I need to say. You want to talk about us being white supremacists and all this shit? I countered it with facts, and then no, that wasn't enough. That was wrong.
This is what I have to say. So when the people come in here, right, they're archetypes. Like there's the BHI archetype, and they say the same talking points. There's the people who are like conservative Republicans, even black and white, right? And they have like a America First archetype. You have just plain old anti-Semites. You have people that are Palestinian. They come in here and they say their same talking points. And then there's thousands and thousands and thousands of people just like them that are making rooms, that are in the world. And so you have a chance, right, to like let them trip over themselves, let them stumble. And when you curse them out 15 times in a row, it just makes you look bad. And I think that it doesn't do what we actually here to do, which is actually transform people, because the people are not that bad. You know what I mean? They just need to be transformed through knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Go ahead.
No, but at the same time, I gotta jump in. So, like, what Harry's doing, he's trying to basically see the meaning of insanity, where you keep saying the same thing over and over and over and over and expecting a different result. So why would he keep fucking trying to be kind to these people? Why wouldn't you say, go fuck yourself? And if you look, Othello, look at Amir's room as a prime example. Coco, you were in Amir's room for a while. Othello, you were in Amir's room for a while. There's not one Palestinian in that room anymore. As a matter of fact, they hate him.
That's true.
But
they're not even Palestinians, the ones that come defend Palestine. They're not even Iranians, the ones that come defend the Iranians. And those who are just the fucking mouthpieces of them.
So then there's people like Harry and myself, but Harry's a little bit, he's more passionate and he's got a lot more facts and intelligence about the ground than me. I'm more of like a shit starter. Harry's like more of like a fuck you. I'm not going to deal with your shit. And I commend that because I sit down and I want to hear a conversation. Maybe I want to hear bullshit and I think I could change the world. And then there's people like Harry that are like, bro, you're wasting your fucking time. You ain't changing shit. And when I look at it, I haven't changed one fucking person on here's fucking mind. So he's right. And I understand. And yeah, I guess sometimes it is annoying to hear somebody just come off the mic and say, fuck you. Because you know what's annoying about it? It's that they're right. It's annoying when I have to say, Harry, you were right. Because he's like, yo, BB, why the fuck you wasting your time with this idiot? And I'm like, yo, please, bro, this that means he's like, you're an idiot, stop. And like not even an hour later or even a week later or even a month later, I'm like, fuck, bro, you were right. And he's like, nah, look at all that time you wasted. And I'm like, fuck, you had a point. You had a point. But sometimes I want to learn for myself. I understand what you're saying, Othello. Like, why not have a combo? But then there's people like I'm jumping on like behalf of him. I get it now. I do. I always got it. But there's other people that want to articulate themselves in different ways. And there's people like him that say, fuck it. Why am I going to waste my fucking energy and trying to convince somebody that's going to hate me after I'm done spitting facts, spitting reliable sources, and sharing all of these fucking good talking points that prove them wrong? They're still going to say a cock's a fucking turtle. They're not going to agree. You know what I mean? With all due.
Yeah, I'm hearing you, buddy.
It's like a virus, like a cancer.
And I thought about it, man. And I was like, I come by Amir's room every once in a while. I'll sit back for like 20 minutes. It's like white noise in my ear, you know? I sit in the audience. And I look and I was like, where's Ghost? Where's Wednesday? Where's Resistance? Where's all of these people? Masood, Samud. Where's all of these Palestinians, bro? They're actually banned from his fucking room. And this is the guy spreading propaganda to protect the Palestinian people, but you won't allow Palestinians in your room?
Because it's going to ruin the whole thing. It's going to ruin the whole movement.
No, but there's something wrong with that.
Yeah, of course it is. It's a fucking cult. A death cult. It's going to ruin their whole narrative once the Palestinians come out and say, we fucking us. We fucking hate this movement. They ruined our
Hey, but at the same time, I'm going to say things to people. There are poor innocent Palestinians, like Gazans. There are. That were being fucking held hostage by Hamas, by the terrorist regime, by being oppressed by their own people. That's the problem we're upset at, that nobody wants to point that out. There's still people in the West Bank that are being oppressed by the PLA. But nobody talks about that.
The same way.
Nobody talks about Hamas has been oppressing their own people since 2006. After the election in 2005, they got in and they took governance, and they were governing over their people and oppressing them. Nobody talks about that. All they do is talk about, they're resistance fighters. Well, if you're a resistance freedom fighter, wouldn't you want your people to be free? Why are you murdering your own fucking people? Everybody's seen it. You'd have to be a fucking blind and underneath the rug to not see what happened whenever this so-called ceasefire took place. And Hamas went into the street and they did a firing squad and they were murdering people in the middle of the street. They were lining them up and shooting them in the fucking head. That's who you call as a freedom fighter? Come on.
All right. So can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Carter.
So hello. My specific question is for Harry. Because I've noticed something ever since there was this war between, the Palestinians and the Israel people in Israel. There has been like this random, and I'm not, because I know Jewish people in real life, so I don't really see a lot of this radical. So I would never put it on either group. But I see like this weird, interesting thing that a lot of people who are pro-Israel, and I don't even know that you guys are even the people who are doing this are Jewish, because I feel like a lot of people use Clubhouse as a way to spread hate, period. But I just wonder why, like, what is this weird obsession with trying to hold Black people in America accountable when you understand for anything that's happening in Israel, when you understand, because you're probably in America, I assume so, that the reality of the average Black American or Black person in America does not have an issue with Jewish people in general. Like, what is this punch down? Because I honestly feel like it's a white supremacist tactic where you can't actually fight the real, because we also know that there are statistics that specifically come out that show who actually attacks, what group of people attack Jewish people in America specifically the most, and that's not Black people. So like, what is this obsession with like trying to punch down on Black people and trying to hold Black people responsible?
Who said there's an obsession with the holding
Black people
responsible?
I'm talking to Harry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was specific.
You're talking about me? What are you talking about?
Yeah, because you have mentioned something earlier about Black people in America and hatred for Jews. Like, that's not true.
What's not true?
He said you're the handsomest Jew, Harry.
I'm just trying to understand what's not true, because every time I come on this app, that's all I see and I hear from Black people on this app. What do you mean?
Yeah. Hate
for Israel, hate for Jews. What are you talking about?
We're talking about in real life.
Is this not real life? Is this a fake life or something?
No, it's not. It's not. It's not
fake
real.
life? I'm just trying to understand, is this real or is this fake?
I'm talking about hate crimes against Jews in real life. Who do they mostly come from, Harry?
So now we're pushing the goalpost. So now we're talking about hate crimes.
Oh, okay, got it.
Is that what we're doing? We're talking about hate crimes, or we're
Why
talking
would we not talk about hate crimes? Why would Jewish people not care about hate crimes?
Sounds like you're pushing the goalpost. That's what.
No, I'm not. I'm asking a question that you refuse to answer. Who is doing hate crimes the most in America to Jewish people?
Like I said, you're moving the goalpost.
Who are killing Jews in America the most?
That wasn't the original topic.
Got it. It's not. No.
I'm glad you can answer your own question.
It is, but I'm an answer, Carter. It is definitely white supremacist.
Interesting. The same people that hate.
Is it not? Well, who's that? Wait. Hold on. So my question, so since you understand that it's white supremacists that do the most, right, when it comes to crimes against Jews, verbally and physically, why is this obsession? Because I have not heard you call out white supremacy, specifically that is attacking Jews
but I call
on this stage. So Harry, listen. Harry, listen.
I call it hypocrisy, Carter. And you're one of.
So Harry, the answer. Who's saying that?
She's one of my haters, or
okay. Harry, so all you have to say instead of getting offensive is, Harry, you should have just said, hey, listen. No, I'm not. I am screaming because you're over talking to me. So I had to get louder.
You're asking me questions, but you don't let me answer.
I'm from, but I didn't finish the question.
How many questions are you asking? One question, a million questions? How many?
No, I was actually having a conversation. You talked for 10 minutes and nobody interrupted you.
But this is fake life, so why does it matter?
Like I said before, so now I'm going to make a statement, because now it's not a question, because I've kind of realized that, you are one of like those instigator people online that won't do shit. And hold on, Eleanor, thank you. I'll promise you I'll give it back to you. Thank you. Now I see that you're probably one of those like Asian people who come up online and start mints because you don't really have like.
I'm an Asian person now.
Real life. an agent.
What agency do I work for?
Agent, probably, I don't know, maybe the CIA or just something.
I work for the CIA. Wow. Whoever knows me must be very honored that your guys are friends with the CIA.
Yeah.
All right, Carter, listen.
One mic on Carter. Carter, you got like a minute to wrap up, and then we're gonna go to the next speaker.
Thank you, Cece, so much for giving me the opportunity to speak, and thank you to the moderator. I just wish more people like you would specifically, put up your face since you're so proud of the things that you say.
What does that have to do with anything?
Can I speak?
This guy, you're just going in circles.
If you're so proud of who you are and what you say, you definitely would.
Should I put up my face so you guys can find me and attack me? Is that what you want to do?
No. Why would I want to attack you?
Why would I want to put up my face?
Because you should.
Why don't you put up your face, Carter?
Let me finish, Harry. I do have on my face. If you follow me, you can. Thank you. So yeah, I'll just say that I don't know.
Is your face the sloth picture in the first picture? Is that
this is Ion. He was the guy who used to make
videos
on the app. We all know what he looks like. Famous.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's just interesting. But I just want to clear up the Black people in America do not have like this personal issue with Jewish people. It's not reality.
Do you speak for all Black people in America?
Yes, I do. I said collective of Black people. Just like you speak for collective of Jewish people. Okay, I speak for myself.
I speak for myself.
Okay, well, Black people don't have, because they have more things to do in life. The Jewish race, you're not special where people wake up in the morning and worry about what you have got to do. You have more to worry about with white supremacy than you do with Black people in America. And that is a fact. That is a fact. And you're scared of the white man, so you try to punch down on a Black man, and Black people are not having that, and you're mad as fuck about it. Period.
That's not the case. Actually, the largest.
It is the case. It is the case.
Some Clubhouse.
It is. Clubhouse, there's not even 2% of the Black population on Clubhouse. What are you talking about?
Exactly right.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
What I'm saying is,
there's not a huge population of Black people on Clubhouse. Clubhouse does not determine what it is. Because if that's the case, I would assume that Harry represents all Jews, correct?
I would like to talk to Carter a little bit. Welcome back, Carter. After you leave, unless you want me to go. What I was saying is this: if you go to these, listen around here on Clubhouse in different rooms, different foci, they have like Nation of Islam rooms. They have,
why are you the only one to see them? Why are you frequenting rooms of hatred?
If you're not perceptive to tell you, but if you look at a survey in one of these rooms, okay, they were like, who is the biggest enemy of Black men? And I actually took screenshots of this, by the way. And they're like, is it like, this, or is it small hats, code word for Jews? And they all said, like, the majority, like 64% or something, said that like small hats were the cause of the problems of Black men. If you go to these Nikki Light rooms, they talk about like Jews obsessively. If you go to like these,
I don't see those
room.
I don't see those.
If you don't, availability.
You're a Jew, you see them all the time because you're focused on them.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, if you just listen quietly, listen carefully, okay, like these nations, they spend so much time talking about them, and it's like, it is 1.6 million Hebrew Israelites, by the way. Okay, so it's like clan members and stuff like that.
No, you're not. I just want to be clear. You're not special. You're not special. You're not. I know I'm not.
Okay, so it's 3,000 clans.
I'm not. You're not special.
And 1.6 million Niggy Lights.
You're not special.
I think you are special.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify in America that you're being attacked by white people mostly, but you're worried about Black people on Clubhouse.
It's really not.
It really is. There are studies about this.
What my experience is.
I don't give a damn. You're Black.
Okay, so the people.
You're Black.
Niggy Lights.
Wait, hold on. When you telling me when you're walking down the street, that random Black people come up to you and say, "You don't look like a Jew."
Okay, so if you look at.
Come on, like the stuff that you make up is crazy. I am from New York, where there is Jewish people all over.
Seriously, you go to barbershops, okay, you hear black people talking, and they don't like Jews very much.
No, you are lying. You are weird. You're weird. You're only reason. Black people in a barbershop talk about Jews.
So the only reason the Jews don't have to be worried about them is
why
because
can't you handle the truth, Carter?
Because it's not true. I get my hair cut every 2 weeks. I've never heard a black person mention a Jew.
Well, you don't get out much, okay? Maybe you're not too smart.
No, I moved to one of the blackest cities in America, and Jews are not brought up. You're a liar.
If they were capable of getting anything done, then it would be a lot more like blood and damage. But because they can't.
Yeah, you're black too. So how many Jewish people have you beat up? You're black. How many Jewish people have you beat up or attacked?
What do you say? You're in the Matrix.
I said that you're black. How many Jews have you attacked or beat up? Period. Thank you.
Why would I convert to Judaism and then go and attack Jews?
I don't know what you are.
Okay, well
I don't know why that's helpful. Yeah. Okay, so you're saying that you.
But anyway,
say that again.
These stupid Negro fake-alites, and they're just such an embarrassment. And that's their number one.
Somebody, you're black.
Well, I'm not one of them.
You're black. You know. Let me tell you something. What I love about the Jews of New York is that they don't accept coonery. They don't need you to convert to something to be able to try to nail down your own people.
So what I'm saying is this. I mean, there's a lot of anti-Semitism there, and that's just
imagine converting to Judaism to be a coon.
And besides, you
probably suck a lot of Jewish cock. That's what you really wanted, and you had to do it to be a Jew. You could have sucked the white cock. No, you are.
Calm down, Cher.
Carter, can I engage with you? Because I do have a serious answer.
Okay, you can engage with me. Thank you.
Yeah, and in a calm way, because I'm not mad at you at all.
No, you can't be mad at me.
No, and I know you for a minute already. So first of all, I think if you don't mind me saying it this way, I think you and I are a little bit of old school when it comes to New York. And old school, now we're talking at minimum my mother's generation, and then I'm my mother's son, obviously. So I kind of inherited this. Black folks and Jews live next to each other in the neighborhoods. We're talking Brooklyn and Queens and Bronx. And we both were living in neighborhoods where white people made us live because we were both the victims of redlining, right? Now, that worked out for, I don't know, decades, and we marched together. So when you talk about the Black and Jewish Alliance, we're both coming from the same place. It was the civil rights marches, it was desegregation, it was the NAACP, it was the HBCUs, etc., etc. But there was a rift that started, I think, in the mid to late 60s. And since then, I think there's been some tension between our communities. But some of it may be around Israel, I'm not sure. Some of it may be around the fact that Jews became assimilated into whiteness, and that wasn't an option for black folks, although it did happen for Indians who came here and happened for Chinese who came here. So there's a resentment, I think, that somehow the Jews became white and moved up and out of those difficult neighborhoods and moved into the suburbs. Now, some black folks said to me, oh, that's because you were fleeing black folks. No, we're just moving up and moving into the suburbs and getting a little square of lawn and all that kind of stuff. We moved out of the tenements. You know, you can still go visit on the Lower East Side of Manhattan, where the Jews landed and where we started in this country, which was penniless and with a shared toilet on the same floor, or if it wasn't out in the back of the building. So, you know, we started to abject poverty, as did black folks. But we were able to work our way out as a community for the most part. And because of racism and other things, black folks were not as upwardly mobile. So I think there's some tension around that. Yeah. There's also, I think, black folks will identify with the oppressed, and it doesn't look like we're oppressed anymore. Our oppression took a different face. And so in the struggle between the Jews and the Palestinians, it's obvious that the Palestinians are suffering. I'd be stupid if I denied it. The problem is the solution to that. And from the Jewish point of view, we're going to defend ourselves vigorously. That means if you come after even one of us, we're going to make sure that it doesn't happen.
Absolutely, it's extremely helpful because it tells us.
But that's only to hold on, Eleanor. I agree with you.
I was going on and on, so go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. Yeah. But I have to disagree with the American people. When it comes down to white people specifically and how they target Jewish people in America, there is never a response back. They're taking it along because I see a lot of the time. I also want to say that I find it interesting that maybe there is a little bit of people who may have an issue, but I also want to double back. Why are you the only group to say that there is some tension that you've had with living experiences of Black people? We've lived with all oppressed groups. We live with Asians. We live with Latin people. We live with Palestinian people. We live with,
that tension is there.
No, there's not. How are you going to talk? I am a Black person.
I know you.
How are you going to talk? We have problems with.
Because I've observed it with.
I think that my question to you is, why don't I see you argue and fight white supremacy, which is killing you and us in this country the same way that you? No, you're not. No, you're not.
That is Tucker Carlson. He's the king of
wait, but I've seen collective of Jewish or groups of Jewish people shut down networks and make sure that people were down just based upon opinions. I do not see that at the mass level with white people, period. And that's a fact. Can you name, why is it, and I think that the things that Kanye West has said was disgusting. And as you know, I've interviewed him, and did I not call him out on it?
Yeah.
Okay, why don't I, because that's based on conversations that I've had with the Jewish community. You see, why Harry's up there.
Before he went crazy.
Period. So, and I was able to call him out as a Black person, just in general. And it was a good conversation. You know, I think he apologized and everything. I do not see the same exact issue, right? I mean, the same exact things that I see y'all do against Black people to white people. And I don't even think it's personal, but I just think that, you know, people are afraid to go against the system at that level because you know that there's a more of a violent response. I was very annoyed, and I'll be quiet when I'm done. When I hear this rhetoric of Black people are more dangerous than Jewish people because of what people hear on the app, that is bullshit, El Normal. And I'm very I'm becoming, now since I'm becoming very scared of a lot of people who are now, you know, on this app, because you know how, you know, you saying weird things out here like that, you know, it'll go out off the app and people will actually think that they experience. The majority of Black people in America don't have the privilege to even watch the news and understand what's going on between the Jews and the Palestinians. So how dare you push a narrative that Black people are there's some tension between us, because it hasn't been. The issue is what you see prominent people.
White supremacy.
Wait.
We as Arabs, we support white supremacy. Bravo, Trump. Bravo, white supremacy.
Yeah, yes. I don't know what you're saying, but that's not what I said. I don't know if you don't speak English or what it is.
The people spewing it to the Black people. These are like Muhammad.
Listen. I don't even understand what he's saying. What are you talking about to Black people? Where do you see Black people in my? Listen, I don't know if y'all trying to trigger people, but I'm gonna just say this. I am embarrassed.
I'm saying
I am embarrassed. And the Jewish people that I know in real life, the way they would hear this on Clubhouse, they would be embarrassed of you too. You are supposed to be the children of God, and to spew hatred. I don't give a fuck what you are. You're a woman at the end of the day, and you know how oppression and what that does. And you know when men spin narratives against women, how that can get you killed, correct? So the fact that you're coming up on here and doing the same thing that the oppressor does to you is weird. And I'm going to stand on that. And I need y'all to remember that at a time it was you, and Black women stood with your asses. So to come up on here and to dance for other groups of men, when groups of people like myself, queers and gays, stood with you at one point, is weird.
So you don't support Palestinians?
I don't. I'm not from Palestine. I'm not from Israel. You know what I support? I support waking up in the morning every day and having to go to work because at the end of the day, my gas is fucking expensive and my rent is. I don't have
Muhammad, do you know what's really annoying is that you people. Muhammad, shut your fucking diaper head mouth for a second. Jesus Christ. It's really I know who you were talking to. Shut the fuck up. Nobody owes any fucking loyalty to Palestine, nor does anybody have to support them. Why do you think you're fighting Zionism by what? By declaring that we owe Palestinians our loyalty? Like, you suck a fucking dick.
You are a Zionist.
I don't go back to fucking your first cousin. I don't give a shit. I'd rather, you know what? I would rather be a Zionist. To be a sheep fucking pig like you. Like, literally, you people are fucking disgusting. Eat a fucking dick.
Don't let him take you off the subject.
Somebody kick this fucking pedophile worshipping piece of shit.
I mean, he wants to take
files, right? Like the Jewish people and the files and Christian people.
Oh, you guys literally, your prophet raped a fucking 9-year-old. Shut the fuck up.
Like Epstein
went to jail. Guess what? He went to prison. And then there aren't Jews saying that it's anti-Semitic to put Epstein in prison. But there are a bunch of people like you who think that it's Islamophobic to not call your prophet a pedophile, which he actually was.
No, my prophet fucked your grandparents. When you
no, you didn't. That's fine. You can some mod just kick this fucking retard out of the space. He's derailing. Thank you.
So did you make your point, Pepe?
Oh yeah, he was derailing, so I just wanted him to shut up.
Oh, that was your only point? All right. So, I mean, right, it's possible that the app isn't real life, but I've been shocked at the hatred that I hear in a lot of rooms, quote-unquote black rooms, not the really educated, sophisticated black rooms, but some of the less educated black rooms where it's all these conspiracy theories about the Talmud, about...
Chicago just put out some new numbers. Shootings and homicides went up, so let's get into what that means.
For 3 years now, and it's even though we are winning, it grinds us down. It hurts us. Every single bullet that's fired against us hurts every single Jew. We all identify with each other. So this is hard. And in this period, when public opinion is not really in favor of this war, we look to people who were our allies once, and we say, well, this would be a great time for you to stand with us, and we're not seeing that. So that creates a little bit of tension, I would say, on both sides. And as I said before, I think black folks do identify with the oppressed, and other groups do that as well. I mentioned the Irish, and there's tension now. Ireland turned its back on the Jews. We used to be proud that there had been a Jewish mayor of Dublin. There's a Jewish mayor. There's a Jewish character in James Joyce's, Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man and so forth. So we had a good relationship in the past. But once the Jews have a country for ourselves, and it's a successful country, we start becoming a target of a lot of hatred and a lot of lies. And we would prefer it, I think, if people didn't buy into the lies and the hatred, whether it's this nonsense about circumcisions or this nonsense about the Talmud or all of these lies about Zionism. In all those cases, as Jews, we take it personally. So that's part of the answer to the question that Ion asked, and also the question of this room. And if a Jewish or a non-Jewish person wants to correct me or add to what I'm saying, I'd be very open.
Okay, can I talk, please?
Go ahead, Miriam. 2 minutes.
How are you guys?
Hi, Miriam.
Hi, Pepe. How are you?
Good. Wow, get a room, you two.
Thank you for coming for having me. And just I wanna introduce myself, guys. I am Miriam Mulcahy, 22 years old, and for 100%, I am American. And
the U.S. President Donald Trump says he wasn't worried by the shooting at the White House. Correspondents did it in Washington, D.C. last night.
Iranian people. I am voice of many countries It doesn't matter for me for where or you are black, you are white. It doesn't matter for me. We are all human.
Archer Avenue.
All
I live in the South Side,
human.
where dudes are
We
engaged in
should
shootouts
help
with each other.
each other, guys. The government, it's bullshit government for everywhere. USA government is bullshit government. Iran government is bullshit government. Everywhere, guys. Please listen to me. I know I am older than you. Sorry about that. But please listen to me. We should help each others. I don't care who is doctor. I don't care who is engineer. I don't care who is famous. I don't care about anything because I am famous, because I am engineer, because I am doctor. Guys, look to me, please.
Mary, if you're Persian.
If you want to say that, yes, I am Persian Muslim girl. What's next?
To me, if you want to say that, you are what you are. Like,
because we're in a liberation moment for the good people of Persia.
Okay, I don't want to talk with you anymore. Sorry about that.
Wow.
Yes.
I think there's something's lost in translation.
No. How come she like you and not me? Now
Archer Avenue. I live in the South Side, where dudes are
Iranian woman, and I want to say that the Iranians inside Iran who are against the Islamic Republic of Iran, which is the great majority, by the way,
Archer Avenue.
Which you can see by surveys and studies like Amman. They're very happy with the Israeli and American action, and but there are still some that are supporting the regime, and they don't want them to be gone. And that's a very small minority.
Well, the point I wanted to make is that the people of the world somehow seem to have been hijacked by this Palestinian thing, but it doesn't work for the Persians. They don't deserve to be relieved from their suffering. It just looks like hypocrisy to me.
Let me know when I can be added to the queue, please.
Go ahead, BT.
Oh, thank you. Peace and reparations to the room. Thank you to the moderators and the hosts for creating and running the space.
Archer Avenue.
The panel for participating in the conversation. But most importantly, thank you to the audience for listening, because without you all, we'd just be here arguing with each other. Now, that being said, when I read the prompt, why do Jews get so much hate? Line, American, Canadian, Mexico, coffee, evening chat. First thing comes to mind for me.
Archer Avenue. I live in the South Side, where dudes are engaged in shootouts with each other near a local high school.
Sorry for Jewish people.
Curie, that's what the high school was. Let me show you some of this from Nick Shirley. And I want to.
All of these things done, these atrocities done to these people. And I never knew these whole upbringing that these people own damn near everything. So then when I saw that in the NFL that they own almost every team, basketball too, the media, I was like, dang, this is interesting.
We don't own near every team in the NFL.
I'm just telling you. You can look it up.
I'm just telling you, we don't, just in case you haven't been
It's the NBA. It's the NBA.
So now you want to switch? We don't own near every team in the NBA.
Like, what do you want me to do here? Like,
I'm telling the truth. It's a very good.
I take responses, sir. You can respond when I'm done, sir.
I just responded. You were wrong twice. Keep going.
You cut me off and you ruined my point.
You're still talking. Keep going.
Thank you. So again, then I noticed that, and I saw the media, and I thought it was funny. And then I read books about Jews' hand in a lot of things historically that were done, and it really it took me back, because I went now from being like, oh, I feel sorry because the Holocaust and Hitler did these people so wrong, and why is this like, why they do them like that? And then now I'm looking like, dang, then I seen they've been kicked out of almost every country.
I Midway, the South Side, where dudes are engaged in shoot.
So I'm like,
you're just backing up the line.
Motherfucker, shut up, please. El Normo. Shut up, motherfucker.
Then stop lying about Jews.
Shut up, motherfucker, bitch.
Then stop
Shut
lying
up,
about
motherfucker, bitch.
Then stop
El
lying
Normo.
about Jews.
Shut up, motherfucker, bitch.
You cursed very badly.
Shut up, motherfucker, bitch.
Shut up,
motherfucker, bitch. Shut up, motherfucker, bitch. Shut up, motherfucker, bitch. Bokon to QNet. Bokon to QNet.
You see, I feel like this is all y'all are just like having a white experience or whatever y'all doing, and y'all just trying to blame black people on what's going on.
No, I'm just telling her the version.
No, it's okay. No, it's okay, Glow, because it's not for you. But I'm gonna tell you this: our black people, we are not our ancestors. We are not taking them where we've been to deal with, this racist programming that they're trying to put over people and trying to make us seem like that we are, some type of monsters of you. Oh no, we're gonna handle it accordingly. And just like other black people, other groups of people who try to disrespect us and we have to handle them, you're no different. We don't give a fuck if you were in the neighborhood or not. You should actually know better because we fought with each other before, fought with each other against other groups. So I just find it interesting because when I first got in here, I remember the black unity in Jewish rooms.
Did you see what the president got Melania for Mother's Day?
I have a whole black. But I don't know, y'all better, okay? And especially you, El Normo, because I know you have a lot of black friends. Period.
Like, that's old school. I'm with you,
He loves niggas.
The young brothers don't know this stuff,
Okay, the young brothers are not worried about Jews. Stop saying that. They don't. They don't know about this Jewish versus Palestine, whatever the fuck you call it.
And I want to break down.
Nobody really, I know that y'all think that is big, but some of us have a real life, and I'm not saying that I don't care about deaths, because I do. But it is very hard to do that being a black person in America, where we have to worry about things going on in our life and then worry about what's going on across seas. We don't have the fortune to do that. So stop trying to drag us in your shit. We don't have time for that. I don't know not one black person in real life, and I'm black, that know any updates about what's going on with Jews and Palestinian people. I'm going to be honest, y'all not going to like this, but half of y'all don't even know in real life. So what the fuck make you think that we going to know something that y'all barely don't? All right.
Well, if you're saying people are stupid and uneducated, I agree with you, at least on this.
Why is me not centering my life in your experience make me ignorant?
It does. Well, only on this subject, and you just said it.
It doesn't make me ignorant about. No, it doesn't. It just makes me too.
Where is your mother, motherfucker? Where is your mother? Here, with my dad. Motherfucker. Where are you, motherfucker? Where are you, motherfucker? Where are you?
Wait, what just happened?
What the hell was she talking about?
She's a fucking anti-Semitic fucking regime supporter, fucking pedophile supporter, fucking terrorist bitch.
Oh. Is that why she was removed?
See, like I said, y'all have this personal thing going on, and we don't know about it. I don't understand what she was saying
about it.
It's like New York. I just hear people screaming, and I know across the street.
Y'all got 4,000-year-old beef, and we don't know shit about it. Because we worried about our blacks and how y'all anti-black us.
No. That's not true. We have a lot of black Iranians. We actually have black Iranians. We love them. They're from the South, usually, and we love them. No such a thing as which are.
Well, anti-blackness doesn't. Just because you're black, that doesn't mean you can't be anti-black because they do it too when they come over here. But just like Africans do, it's not personal when we say that there's a anti-blackness. There's also an anti-Americanness, right? I'll go to however you call that. When I go to Italy or I go to Greece or I go to these, I have to have a Jamaican accent because I'm scared that if these people know I'm American, they finna be disrespectful. Right. So I get it. Because when we were growing up, just like I know when people in other countries were growing up, they called us, probably thought we were stupid and uneducated. And just like, growing up, they probably taught me that, you people over there eat sand pies and wear head wraps and don't have buildings and you have to sleep in, sand huts. We all have an unlearning to do. But, we should focus more on that unlearning and come together, which I know will never happen, than trying to push the same experience of white supremacy the same way others do. Just like I all know all white people are not racist or, I don't know about whatever. But I just think that y'all should all understand that Clubhouse is a place where people who agree with each other get together. So you're going to see a group of all Black people, Israelites, get together and talk. They talk about gays too. Like that's I'm not like you're not special. You're not special. They hate gays too. So
they hate Christians, and I'm Black. Yeah. They hate me because I'm a Christian and told them I'm not Israelite. So
they hate they. And who the fuck hates Beyonce? Like, come on now, y'all. So stop trying to assume that it's specifically about. Church. Exactly. What makes y'all believe that it's personal against Jewish people? You just come in, of course it's Jewish in the title, you're going to be like, oh my God, let me come in here and defend myself. Let me show you something. It's just like, you're just here when a topic is about you. But I can just be clear, a hate group that hates everybody, you're not personally special.
Thank you. And for me to land, because I was rudely interrupted by a Jew, I don't think that there is getting so much hate. I think it's more so getting to an investigation. And that's why I was alluding to my upbringing in elementary of being indoctrinated that so many bad things have happened to the children have. It's actually the Holocaust and the Anne Franks, reading that book and having to do a project on it. And just learning about how you all were mistreated. And then I grow up and I see you all got more money than everybody. And you own more stuff than everybody. And a lot of the stuff that's controlling us, poisoning us, it goes back to y'all if you trace the money. So
you're jealous. It's jealous. It's not
envy.
That's what you just said, man. It's envy.
No, it's an investigation.
Right, yeah.
Wow.
They came up with jealousy.
Have I been lied to? Do I need to look into this more?
Well, you lied about the NFL. You lied about the NBA.
Jealousy. It's
jealousy.
They own all of these media. They own this music. Wait. Are you serious?
Why is that a problem for you?
And I used to push back on it.
Why is that a problem for you?
I said, no, this can't be true.
Why is it a problem if somebody owns something?
Music. They own all these record labels.
Yeah, why is that a problem to you?
Channels.
Yeah, what record label do we own? What record label do we own?
These news.
Yeah, what TV channel do we own? You see how you're trying to sell bullshit?
This is deep.
You're selling bullshit.
You peel back the layers of that.
What record label do we own?
It doesn't make you hate anyone.
What record label?
Aware.
I
need to lay it. El Normalama, whatever El Normalama.
What record label?
El Normalama.
Don't land.
He does not.
What record label?
Tell me land. So I'm not answering any questions.
Tell us what record label, brother.
I need to be able to land, sir.
So you admitted you're bullshitting, right?
Let me land, sir.
That's why
I'm not landing, sir.
Because of liars like
you. May I land, sir?
Because you're gonna land anyway.
You have to let him
Don't run
land.
away. You made a statement. I don't have to do anything.
You have to let
stay
him
Jewish
land.
and die. That's all I have to do is stay Jewish and die. I don't have to do anything.
Well, are you going to be able to do that if you keep on acting like this?
Yes, I am.
You already say everyone hates you.
No, I never said everyone hates you. I'm not saying everyone hates us.
We might all get together and be like, hey,
God loves us.
Die or should we?
Yeah, that's right.
Should we do a course?
So what television station do we own, if you know?
You know?
What television station?
Let me land because
none of them, right? So why come up here and talk bullshit?
When you do these investigations,
what'd you find?
You peel these layer back, and I didn't say
what did you find?
Companies, entire telecom companies.
Yeah, what telecom company? Name the telecom company that we own.
Layers back to that.
Yeah. What telecom company?
And
Tell the room.
notice that it stinks.
Okay. You know what you think? Your lies stink.
It's not about hate.
You're a stinky liar, BT.
Being aware.
You're a smelly, stinky,
having
uneducated high school dropout liar, BT.
And having information.
So that's why you get in trouble, because you lie. I just exposed your lies, okay?
Well, it's not entirely, Dorm, it's not entirely a lie, but what he's missing out is that in all those agreements were Black Americans. And so the Jewish community and the Black American Jewish community has very old history with one another. And we're in it together, bud. Like, you're not immune from it either. We see P. Diddy. We see what's going on. We see that shit. Are we supposed to hold all Black people responsible for the actions of P. Diddy? No. Because we know that's not right. We can't be doing that. But we see it. We're seeing it too. Don't think that.
P. Diddy had a television channel called Revolt. And he had to sue Comcast, which is part Jewish owned, because they wouldn't show his television channel.
Good.
Comcast
is not Jewish. It's a fucking city owned by the dildos and the baby oil.
I don't think it's an idiot.
No, that's...
You're an idiot.
He's not even a billionaire.
Yeah, what about P. Diddy?
Billionaires are there.
Okay, what about I can go on. What about the other R. Kelly, the one that pissed on the little girls? What about R. Kelly?
Yeah.
And what about that 90s actor, the family show that was touching all the little kids and shit? No, it's not deflection. It's called showing you your mirror. No, it's not called deflection. It's called showing you a mirror. What you're doing is what we could do, but we don't do that because we understand it's not right.
And systems you've manipulated.
Yeah, we don't own shit. Nobody in this room owns your record company. So
it doesn't work. You see what I'm saying?
We don't own. It's not about working or not. If you are not based in reality, then we can't have a conversation.
And
you're either delusional or you want to have a real conversation.
Would not behoove you, because if people already hate you and you're acting like this,
that's okay. We blame black people too. What are you supposed to do about it?
Then what might those people do?
Lying more on
half the world hates Black people too. They hate Jews. They hate homos. They hate everybody. Who gives a fuck? Why are you living your life based off of what other people think? Get over it.
Y'all keep acting like this. I think people might start hating you.
You're in no position to warn anybody of anything. You're too stupid.
I started hating everybody after October 7th.
You're too stupid to warn anybody.
I saw you change.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we all changed.
Yep, I did big time. I have zero tolerance for it anymore. Like no one in this room will do it. That's okay.
That's small, zero tolerance.
We're due to engage. You want to boo it for the Arabs? Go right ahead.
BT doesn't know that when white people didn't want to sell black albums, it was Jewish record labels that decided to put black people's face in vinyl.
Jews are vultures.
Hold on.
Your mama is a vulture.
It's by the
She's outside my window right now, picking on a
It's a lot of jealousy going on. But the final stage of anti-Semitism is realizing that you actually are doing things wrong and that the Jews have it right. And then it's finally realizing that, wait, maybe they're doing something right. And maybe that's worth listening to and emulating because they're clearly doing something that's better than what everyone else is. That truly is the final stage of anti-Semitism when you realize what a cope is.
You know what's funny,
That's
though?
it. It's a cope.
It's like
There's
a very...
He can't control himself.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
It is. It's a cope.
I would say... Sure. So I would say it's like this weird, like, Jewish supremacism you get with some Jews where it's like they think perfect and that, like, the minute anybody irritated or annoyed or angry or just flat out mean and hateful towards Jews, it's the goy's fault. I look at Jews as being, you know,
nobody cares what you think. I really
for their sides, but whoa, shut your mouth.
I don't care about.
Shut your whore mouth. Shut your whore mouth. Let me finish.
No.
Shut your whore mouth.
No.
Yes, you filthy yenta. Shut your mouth.
I'm not a yenta. I'm not Yiddish.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do about it?
She's interrupting me. She's so obnoxious. I'm not gonna go. I wouldn't go near you. I don't need to near you. I know. You're gonna get. Let me finish, and then you can go, sweetheart, right afterwards. No, and the Yasmin of the world, she's a Jewish supremacist. She thinks that the Jews can do nothing wrong. That is what she does. And so whenever people get mad at Jews, it's always the Jews do everything perfect. Yes, you're right.
And if I like you, you're a Jew, and if you're not, you're a Muslim. This is how I am. Yeah, you're a Muslim. Anyway, so
but anyway, you're gonna let me finish. No, I'm not going to. Yes, you are.
Suck my dick.
Why do you have such a long clitoris? They can call it a dick. Dirty. I know it smells bad.
And Americans, Black Americans, this is an important relationship.
Why is it important?
This is because stop. I don't want to this is an important one for Jews. It's personal. I really.
Why not go over to
It's personal because my family's Black. It's very offensive to me. Yeah, actually, my brothers are married to Nigerian women, and half my nieces and nephews are Nigerian. Well, my family members are Black, so it is personal. And it's really
they're not African American; they're Nigerian.
Let me show you some of this from Shirley, and I want to break down some of what.
I think I got no email from one of your relatives, by the way.
That's not funny either. But they're not Nigerian princes or women.
Let me tell you guys. Hold on.
Women in this room have
about the story. So I
long before America.
You were one of those kids.
One grade above.
The 6-person intelligence network changed the course of the Revolutionary War and the fate of our new nation.
I'm in Texas, and so the racism in the United States.
This is not caffeine. This is a dopamine patch. Yes, it works. You just stick it on your
going through. Jewish kid. And I remember it now. He's like, I know what you're going through. And then 2 weeks later, he invites me and 2 other kids, a Vietnamese kid and I forget the other kid, to his bar mitzvah. And we had to go get tuxedos, and it was beautiful. It was candy everywhere and free food. And I remember the girls, we were dancing with them all night. Man, we turned up. Best party of my list day. And I've been all over the world. But it's just little things like that when I reflect on my life. And those acts of kindness, where this kid in the 6th grade, like, he had the awareness to be like, hey, I know what you're going through. He understood being the other. And that has happened between blacks and Jews, you know, for a long time in the United States.
That's how we roll.
That's not how you roll. Come on, that is not how we roll.
You end up meeting a Yasmin, and then you're just like, like you end up putting on a swastika armband, and you're like, fuck them.
What?
Yasmin will do that to you.
Come on.
Hey, you're not.
What are you talking about?
I'm being sarcastic. Jesus.
Yeah, he's an idiot. He's a faggot.
You sound very serious.
He's a closeted faggot. But
where dudes are engaged
us as well.
in an open relationship.
There are a lot of blended Jewish relationship, Jewish and Black relationships. There are a lot of Black Jews, and there are only becoming more and more Black Jews. This is a reality. And there is a lot of tension between these two communities, and it's within our best interest to try and, you know, build some sort of bridge, because it's going to come to a head one day. You know, I saw a poll the other day, a Pew poll, that 1 in 5 Black Americans identifies or believes that they're the descendants of Israelites. This is going to be a problem in the future.
Have you seen the polls looking at the anti-Semitic views of Americans? I think it's like higher among blacks than
Midway, the South Side.
Where actually the least anti-Semitic.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
Yes, I do believe white people are the least Semitic and the least racist.
But the bar is not high.
People are really not. They've been shamed and.
Well, I think it's
not racist. They're not. They're not. It's ethnic minorities, which are kind of Nazi-esque these days.
Yes, Tacitus said that they were mistaken. They were descendants of Ethiopians in his Roman letters.
He said, many assure us. I put it in the chat.
Yeah, real nigga shit. Real G.
Straight up jealousy, straight up.
In 70s, Chabad, the Israelites, the BHI. So they offered to convert them all. They gave them.
Oh, you're breaking up, Joseph.
Yeah, it's been here perfect.
Ian, we can't hear you.
Yeah, we cannot hear you. But in the chat, you can find him.
Yeah.
About this.
What were you saying? Who offered to convert who?
Chabad did. They did convert them. I actually know a family whose grandparents, her grandparents were Israelites. Whose parents were Israelites, and they eventually ended up converting to Judaism because Chabad in the 70s had this, made it available for them if they wanted to pursue a Jewish identity.
Well, Adventists could be converted by Chabad. I don't think that
this
was.
This is in the 1970s, before, so today, Chabad
First, he gave them the guidance, then they rejected the guidance, and God said, okay, you don't deserve it. But he kept the imams or the leaders.
We read
your Jew voice is bridging.
About this. Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Yeah, it's better now.
Okay, so Yaakov, you know Black Stem or Shy? We read a book about this, and we were just blown away about this little piece of history that has kind of been covered up, to be honest. But Chabad today does not do conversions, but in the 1970s, with this specific community, there was a lot of outreach, and there was a lot of positivity coming back. I know we hate Eze Yofe, but her grandparents were part of that program. And that's her whole family today. But they live in Israel, they're Jewish, whatever, they're fully certified Jews.
I know about
She's a bitch, but
neighborhood.
Yeah.
I know. Is Chabad controversial in the Jewish? I mean, I heard something about like there's maybe like this person, maybe a former leader, I don't know who it is, that like they might look at as like a something similar to a prophet, some of the Chabad people or some shit like that.
The former Lubavitcher Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, an increasing percentage of the Chabad movement think that he is the Messiah, which, if you know the requirements of the Messiah in Tanakh, he maybe completed a portion of one, but did not come complete to doing everything required, so he can't be. So they do great work in helping Jews who are less religious.
And non-Jews. They do a lot of community outreach. It's not just for the Jewish community.
Yeah, but they're Chabad.
I worked for Chabad for 3 years.
You have to be a Jew.
It absolutely is a lot of community. It's a lot of non-Jewish community. Like at all our camp in Israel, half of the kids camps were non-Jews. There we do food banks. We do everything. It's for the community. It's community.
Oh, you're talking about charity.
It started out as specifically Jewish outreach, but that has extended now to the greater community as well.
No, but what I'm at, you have to be you have to be a Jew, right?
No, you don't. So like I just said, you don't have to be Jewish.
I'm asking a question. So under either of you, so to go to Chabad, is it for Jews to reconnect, to become religious? Is that the purpose of it?
The purpose is to bring in Jewish people. Schneerson's whole program was about Jewish outreach. So Jews who are in communities that don't have access to proper Torah, to learning. And over the years, that has evolved into a sense of community. So they do not restrict it only to the Jewish community. Every time I go to my kollel or the Chabad, there is always other people, non-Jews. A lot of Christians go to the night courses. So they put on these, at the kollel, the learning center, they put on free courses every night, and the rabbi teaches it. Anybody is welcome to come, and they do. And they do financial courses, they do cultural courses, they do language courses, anything you want. But a lot of people don't know about it. It's there. It's offered. Should one want it?
So, in my view, as a person who loves Chabad and prays with them on a daily basis, and in all the countries of the world that I've been to, including Helsinki, I believe Chabad exists to help Jews do more Jewish things, whether it's having a Shabbat meal or a Chag Omer bonfire like last 2 nights ago. Wait, is today Tuesday? Last night? Today's Wednesday, 2 nights ago. Or eating kosher food, or observing, the halacha of Shabbat. So to me, that's what Chabad is, to help us do more Jewish things. Putting on tefillin, number one is putting on
mitzvah.
Tefillin.
Yeah. Mitzvah. Completing the mitzvah is very important, like wrapping the tefillin and just being good, like fulfilling our commandments. To be good.
From the cradle, they gave him prophethood.
To say it's simply their primary mission is bring Jewish identity, increasing Jewish observance, and to bring Jewish communities, especially those far flung.
Qualified is the question. What makes him more qualified? Not what disqualified him.
Organizations are specifically for Jews is probably the furthest thing from the truth. Like, I've worked for these organizations, and I can't tell you how much outreach goes into trying to bring in non-Jews as well, and trying to harbor these relationships within the community, and cross like interfaith relationships as well is very important. It's really not immune to Jewish community or specific.
Well,
Sorry?
What if I'm a Christian and I choose to go and get help? Can I go and get help with your community, or would they, kind of frown upon me being a
Well,
Christian?
I don't know. If you showed up like this and you seemed aggressive at a door unannounced, you might get a negative response. If you called ahead of time and said, I'm really struggling right now, I don't know where to turn, could I please come talk to somebody? Yes, I would feel confident that somebody would want to embrace you and help you.
We Jews are we're welcoming people. We're very helpful.
It's not about it's just normal human behavior. If you come in yelling at people,
are very humane people.
No, it's not a Jewish thing. But Ashton, if you come yelling at people, they're you're not going to get a good response. You get more response with honey than you do with vinegar, right?
It's different. There's this place. There's this place up the street from me. It's near Chabad, but it's a Jewish center. I can feel the anti-Semitism.
Wait, Ashton, if you want help,
anyways, like this place has like a, it's like the size of a fucking high school. It's huge, but they do have like a bunch of, I guess you could say charity and shit out there. I think it's like Jewish. They have like Jewish family services or something like that there, and they do a lot of, I guess,
outreach. Those are a lot of secular. Yeah, those are Jewish Family Services is more of a secular organization, a charity.
Yeah, I didn't know what she meant by, but no, they offer like counseling, that kind of stuff. But I didn't know what she meant by help.
No, but if you went into a rabbi or needed to talk to somebody, like a god or a representative of whatever, if it's a priest, an imam, or a rabbi, I'm sure that if you approached it and talked to them, you would get a positive.
You need a morehouse.
And Ashton, if you want help, I'll put it out there. I'm happy to help you, so you can always back channel.
I'm actually right here. I'm a rabbi.
Not you. You're weird.
No, I wasn't saying because I needed help. I'm just saying in general, if the general public went to you and wrote a letter, right? Because I believe in order, not someone coming to your house and I need help. That's not how things run. Not even with the church I work with. Everything's orderly and that kind of stuff would be done in an orderly manner, that kind of thing. But the general public, if they went there in that way, I'm sure you would be willing to help them with whatever. We help people with utilities, lights, gas. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hope so. I would hope that would be the response. Did you see that viral TikTok about the woman that called all the different mosques and I can't remember, and churches?
No, she called them.
And it was the mosques. It was the mosques. Yeah, I have to say I was shocked by that, and that the Muslims, they are very.
What did she do?
She called a bunch of different churches and mosques, and she had the sound of a crying baby in the background, and she was saying, I need formula for my baby, please help me, I really don't know what to do, whatever. All the churches hung up the phone, and all the mosques said, come in, we'll give you formula, like, where are you, we can come to you, how can we help you? It was surprising,
like Joseph, a lot of times, like you have those situations where, like someone I know who works at a church, they get a lot of those calls. Some people do it for TikTok, some people do it for like this. What she told me, and she doesn't even get on. Like she's not even.
Yeah, it crossed my mind it might be propaganda because it was on social media, and I was like, okay, this is probably like some sort of propaganda campaign.
Yeah, because like a lot of
it crossed my mind, yeah.
It's too bad she didn't call any rabbis. You know, we would have helped us Jewish people. They were very charitable.
She asked for help. So,
Penny Adam, are you converted to Judaism?
No,
it's so I have decided. Yes.
So last you said you were. I can't remember which Eastern Orthodox is it?
Yeah, but the thing is that many people have told me that my soul is very Jewish.
It's possible, but have you gone through a conversion?
It's really crazy how anti-Semites just want to be us.
What?
No, including so Yasmin herself has told me that like she can imagine me as a Jew and she thinks my soul is Jewish. And I've been told that by many people. So I
think you will, because like I said, the final cope of Judaism or of anti-Semitism is realizing that the Jews have it right. And you've gone from Islam to Christianity, and the final stage now is Judaism.
So I've accepted it, but I've decided to convert to the cultural Judaism and not the religious one.
Give it
I'm still a Jew, but I'm a cultural Jew.
Betty, I'm going to find you in 10 years, and I would put money that you will be wearing a kippah and going to your local synagogue.
About 10 years. What happened in Christianity that made you go to this other deal? I guess it's fine. And then, you can worship whatever you want. I just find it interesting.
He was born Muslim. That's what
I've decided to become a cultural Jew, but not a religious one.
He was born Sunni Muslim and converted to Christianity, but the Muslim still lives inside him.
But not the religious one.
From what the said, you were born a Muslim, then you try Christianity, then you see, brother, when you start to get a certain age, the Bible says that things come with wisdom. At 40 or 50 years old, normally people don't generally bounce from religion.
Well, that's actually true, because I was an atheist for the vast majority of my adult life. Much like
you weren't. You used to be in all the Muslim rooms defending Islam because it's cultural and it's ingrained in you, whether or not you practice the religion. You were culturally Muslim. You grew up in Saudi Arabia. You grew up in a Muslim country. And you are culturally Muslim. Even if you practice a different religion.
From Syria, no?
No, I
grew up in Syria.
I actually grew up in Canada. But I went to high school in Saudi Arabia. Yeah.
Okay.
But the point is that I actually attacked Muslims a lot, which is why I'm blocked from a lot of Muslim rooms.
I didn't say that they liked you. I just said that you were.
I felt a devotion and like a pull towards Yahweh, and Baruch Hashem, like Yahweh has pulled me into Hasp, and I now believe.
That's the danger of the Bible. It's a story about a bunch of Jews. You got to be careful reading that stuff.
Yeah, no, but I fell into it, and now I feel like I'm a Jew. No, like I don't like the religion. I just like the culture.
All over the place. Brother, you can't be like me, being a Christian and saying, well, my God, I don't like the Bible, but I like this. When you read the Word of God, oh man, you can't sit there and pick and parse what you like.
I don't know. Have you read Jewish teachings? They're all about like picking and parsing.
We're not gonna parse the Word of God. The whole Word of God.
That's what Jews do. That's you Christians. You Christians. You
Christians are really dumb. That's why.
Yeah. You Christians are very like fucking orthodox. You're very restrictive. We Jews, we're very liberal on this shit.
I love you embraced the pronoun we.
We Jews are very liberal on this shit. So we Jews, we can talk about the existence of.
Yeah, I can too. But I'm saying to you, brother, is what the guy said is that people dabbles in different religions, and he likes parts of it, but I'm over here. I can't do that in Christianity. Either I'm going to participate in all that is Christianity, or I'm not going to do anything or worship something else. Those are my choices, but I can't just parse things. I'm not going to do that and do Christianity like that. You know what I mean? When Jesus came to this world, he did. He came to this world to save those, watch this, who believe in him, right? There are those who
That's awfully narcissistic, isn't it?
So I said those. God didn't exclude anybody. God didn't say.
Yes, he did. He excluded those who do not believe in him.
He said, for those, God gives you a choice to come to him and drop every worldly thing.
So he's a narcissist. In other words, abandon everything and devote your life to me. Amazing.
No. God didn't say you couldn't go and have those things. It's not what God said, right? At the time when he came to people, right, who were worshiping a golden calf and all these other things, those were the things that God said to drop. God didn't say you couldn't pay to be rich or be wealthy. Watch out now. The Bible did not say that. God allows those people to be plentiful, to do these things, right? God is not telling you to be meek, poor, or do not have. That's not what the Bible talks about.
You're not a Catholic, are you?
So he's saying, he's literally.
Hi, I hate to interrupt you, Habibi, but moderators, could you put me in the queue? This is John. Thanks, moderators.
Okay, let's, Brother Amir, it has been very interesting. Let's look at Hikmah. Yeah? I'm looking forward for you to even, with all the, before you, check out on your, land your plane, you the Hikmah that I pick up you personally, because when we look at that now, we are doing reflections, how it benefit me, how it benefit you as a person, and I guess as a person, and I become more humble.
Stuff at our church and
Mary is not a Catholic, and you're not even a Christian.
You want to know the truth about Mary? Ask the Jews. We know about
Brother,
Miriam.
Jesus came to this.
You told me we were talking about Miriam there. Can you repeat what you said last time we spoke?
What I'm saying is Jesus is the only perfect
being
on the
planet. I know you want to say it.
Hold on.
He's not a being. He's God.
I said,
oh my God,
do you remember the last time we spoke? What you said about Miriam? Can you repeat that, please? Because
no, because what you're doing is you probably called me some hideous name, and then I responded to you. So you probably came off your mic with anti-Semitic shit.
Mary was the only unhorish person to come from Israel. That's the only clean woman.
And then you will use that as your example of me and why I'm intolerant. In reality, we know that usually I don't go for people unless they come for me.
Oh no, I didn't come from you at all.
But I can't finish it.
I didn't come from you at all.
Clearly, you're still thinking about it.
What you said about Miriam.
I don't remember, to be honest.
I remember.
Okay, yeah, Pepe. So in the Catechism of the Catholic Church, number 2070, written by Pope John Paul II, quote, the Ten Commandments belong to God's revelation. At the same time, they teach us the true humanity of man. They bring to light the essential duties and therefore indirectly the fundamental rights inherent in the nature of the human person. Since they express man's fundamental duties towards God and towards his neighbor, the Ten Commandments reveal in their primordial context grave obligations. They are fundamentally immutable and they oblige always and everywhere.
And they apply to everyone.
That was
it is not just for Jews. It is for it's a guide for everyone. Do not murder. Do not steal. Do not commit adultery. Do not commit sin or gluttony. And you guys all do. Benny, Adam, you do it. You are the least fucking Christian person I've ever met in my life. If Jesus was anything like you, we're all fucked. My God, you are the most Jesus-like character I've ever met. You're awful.
Catechism 2054. Jesus acknowledged the Ten Commandments, and he also showed the power of the Spirit in the letter. So,
no, I know. You're such a hateful person, dude.
My point that it holds to
what I think Jesus is like. I'm sorry, but I don't.
No, I didn't. I never said that we didn't have the Ten Commandments.
No, I said the Torah is the backbone, is the underpinning of your religion. You said no, it's not.
We know that. No, we know that. No, the Old Testament is more like a backstory history of things that came to be.
Right, but it also is very. It's you know, the 7 Noahide laws apply. You know, the 10 Commandments apply, and you said no. That Yasmin brought up one of the commandments. You said no, they don't apply.
If they just disagree
I was joking.
I'm more knowledgeable than him, and he gets insecure.
I was joking.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Yasmin. What?
He disagrees with whatever I say because I'm smarter than him, and so he gets insecure and has to like be.
I was joking with her. I didn't say I disagreed with her. What I said was no.
Yeah.
What I said is that it's sacrilegious to have this Jew telling me my 10 commandments. That's what I said. Disagreeing that we have 10 commandments.
I am a Jew, and I am going to remind you of your 10s. Also, you're not supposed to do sodomy. PP, sodomy. Okay, that's a sin. You're going to hell for that.
Amazing.
That's a sin.
So you know you like it in the back.
I never
actually, in the halakha, there is an exception for sodomy. No, there is an exception for anal penetration in the halakha, so long as you're in the front door. There is. I can actually cite my sources here.
Yeah, please. I can actually put the source in the chat, please.
I would be honored to. So long as you finish in the front, you can actually start in the back door. It's fine.
Talk about this. Let me tell you something, brother.
Okay, Betty. So what you're telling us is that I can take it in the ass every weekend?
No, I'm saying that you can give it in the ass. If you're interested, I can give it in the ass. But I
thank you. I don't want it in the ass, and I don't want to think about you to get it in the ass.
Because I can't go to the TV,
actually,
but I can do, anal intercourse. Yeah, that's fine.
No, it's not about spilling seed. That's the issue.
Brother, we don't want to do any of this. Can I tell you something? Whoever that is speaking, it is inappropriate for somebody on an open line of folks here, right? We're country folks over here. And we are just listening to what you are saying. I have people in my living room, and they are just, why in the world would you say this kind of stuff, brother? This is not of God. There's nothing in a religion, anything that I've read, this is okay. This is not okay. It's not something that our church teaches. It's not anything that I know of. Brother, this is not right, okay? And I don't know how old you are. I couldn't tell you. But brother, a 40-year-old person is not going to talk about this kind of stuff. There's got to be some maturity when you're my age.
I talk about that stuff all the time. I mean, I know you're a nice country bumpkin.
Thank you.
all the time. I'm like Hank Hill.
Thank you for calling it out. Thank you. Thank you for calling it out because nobody does. Thank you.
Find some wisdom and find some understanding because you don't want somebody to pick that.
Define.
Afwan Habibi. Moderators, if you could signify that I exist, I'd like to be put in the queue. This guy has been speaking for hours, and I don't know how many more hours you want to dedicate to him talking. Hello?
I was yelling your name and nobody said anything. Yeah, stop showing every single way you phones and maybe just answer this one.
You were twerking for your TikTok video.
Yeah, I don't know
and then you missed out on this call. So.
Do another twirl, John. Come back in another,
It's a twerk, not a twirl.
Yeah, no, when it's twirl, it does a twirl.
Archer Avenue.
Oh. Go ahead, John.
Are you guys Muslim? Because I'm beginning to think that, you guys are actually no longer part of the non-believers, because I am a non-believer in Muhammad. And, as an American, our founders in the 1700s had over 1,000 years of Islamic history at that point. So the Barbary pirates who we sent the Marines in with Thomas Jefferson, and then we overtook them and freed our slaves. This type of legal code has never been updated from the Medina Charter till 2026. So my question for this Muslim man here who's been talking all night long, what year is it, and when are you prepared to update Muhammad's laws and constitution? Thank you.
John, you're a little late because the Medina laws, and then there were the laws set by the caliphate when they took over Persia. So they had the Exalarch. So those are going to be the updated ones. You gotta start. Listen, you're on a Pentium 2 chip. You have to upgrade to the newest Pentium, John, because your processing speed is a little slow. So they updated this stuff. We go over this stuff all the time.
Let me get the link. Can you get me the Wikipedia link so I can read about the update? Thank you, Megatron.
All right. I'll get you the update right now. Look, I'm gonna pin the link at the top of the ChatGPT. Are you happy with that?
I don't do ChatGPT, unfortunately, but if you want to do the Wikipedia search and provide me the Wikipedia link so I can read about the new updated Islamic laws, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
It doesn't say it exactly like that, but it's the Exalarch, and you can look up in 630 whatever. I think it's 620 something before Umar got to Jerusalem. Umar the Jew, before he got up there, it shows that kind of stuff. So when they took over Persia.
No, I'm looking at this right now. I got the link. And unfortunately, I think maybe your comprehension of the Exalarch is inaccurate, because the Exalarch, even though it was in Mesopotamia, aka modern day Iraq, this has nothing to do with Mohammedan law. And so I'm just a little confused.
Oh, you sure about that?
You'll be surprised.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm looking at the article right now.
You gotta look before you leap, my friend. Don't read it superficial. You're not clicking on the right stuff.
Oh my gosh. Well, this is all news to me. Holy cow!
Well, that's what I'm saying. We're giving you the updated version of the Medina rules.
This is exciting.
Yeah.
What? This is quality content, everybody.
Thank you. All right, now you're interrupting my show, so calm down. Oh, look, I have another Salafi that wants to come up and scream at us.
No, Shadi is not a Salafi. Shadi is a spiritualist.
Let's see. We'll see. We'll give him a chance.
He's very nice.
No, Pastor's probably the most, like, I don't know how else, maybe militantly Christian.
Hateful is the word.
Aren't you normal? We do affirm that you
No, you're an asshole, bro.
No, but quiet. Quiet. Go do something constructive. You're annoying.
Okay,
don't wander off.
We don't talk to seniors like that, okay? Please stop.
Play in the traffic pockets.
That doesn't matter. Okay, no, that's fine, but it doesn't matter. Now, normal, it is true, yes. You reject Christ, so yes.
We don't reject him. He's just not our religion.
Perfect, so you reject him. Exactly.
No, we don't reject him.
Yes.
You say it, I don't.
Do you accept he's God?
He's not our God.
Okay, perfect, so you reject him. You reject
Christ is Lord. Say Christ is Lord. Say Christ is Lord. Say Christ is Lord.
You're so freaking stupid.
Who is the Antichrist? He who denies that Jesus is the Son of God. You're an Antichrist, normal.
What are you talking about?
Yes, that is literally from the Son of Christ.
I don't think so.
Christ is Lord.
What are you talking about?
That's the Bible. That's the Bible.
We don't read your book, you fool.
Exactly, so you're an Antichrist.
What did God say about using the Bible as a weapon? What did God say?
I'm not using it as a weapon. I'm just.
But do you know what God? I actually have an idea. Do you guys want to know something? I actually think Jesus is Hitler. Because when Jesus returns, he's going to tell all of the Jews to get on their fucking knees. And so finally pick the fucking hell for eternity.
This is so stupid and crazy. It's hilarious.
There's like
that is true. He's going to tell all the non-believers
that. The Romans exiled the real Jews, the original. Some of them are actually Jews that are in Israel, but some of them are converts from Khazarian.
Yeah, that Khazarian stuff is retarded.
Yeah, young, you believe
that's just nonsense.
God owns his story.
I hate that right now. You have the same.
$1 million times.
You have the same Germanic, Antichrist worldviews that
Nobody's that interested in your God. I got
you're the chosen.
Nobody cares about you and your religion.
At the end of the day, really,
go to your church and stop bothering people. We're uninterested in your proselytizing.
You should repent, but you probably
don't stand on the street corner with your other crazy people.
I get it.
Gives a shit about your boring nonsense. You
one day.
Nobody cares about.
There's always the Paul the Apostle in every time.
And on the street corner and yell people.
I don't need to yell at people. Just
nobody.
Guys, the purple Power Rangers. Guys, hello. Hello. Well, one mic, guys. God damn.
I'm the only one sticking to the phone. I'm speaking purple Power Ranger. Anyway, the simple reason why you guys are so hated.
We're not so hated. You don't know anything about us. You know nothing.
Unfortunately,
you have nothing to do with Julie.
That is the one positive thing. I do have nothing to do with you. Yes.
So be quiet. Go.
Anyway, the simple reason
go
you guys
pray.
are so hated.
I'm not interested in you and
the whole culture and as a people is based on being anti-Christ.
We're not anti-Christ. We know nothing about your God. We got nothing to do with your religion.
You're going to be at odds.
You're self-centered, narcissistic bullshit. I know you think your religion is the only religion. Congratulations to you. I know.
Oh my God, sounds like crack in here.
So intolerant.
It benefits you.
You're so intolerant that you think your religion is the only religion. Well, good for you.
So the simple solution for you guys all is
you worship a Jew, by the way.
Except your Jewish God. But you're probably not.
Go worship your Jewish God.
Yes, my God is a Jew.
That's right. Go worship your God.
Now the rest of you are.
Nobody's interested in hearing about you.
What is the line?
Your dumb take on your religion.
Those who think that they are
please, it's nonsense.
I'll make them come and work.
You're nonsense.
So that you are.
Nobody is listening to you, Taboo.
Well, I mean, you are.
We know who you are. No, we know who you are. We know where you are.
This is
You're full of
ridiculous.
shit, Tabuki.
Hello, Coco. How are you doing? You see, I can't even speak for 2 seconds without like.
You've been speaking for this 5 minutes, bro.
Same garbage every night.
It's also anti-Christ.
Nick, I hate people, bro. I really do hate this pastor guy. It's his stupid voice. It's like his glottal obnoxiousness and how he just like talks and talks and talks. It's just, oh my God.
You're gonna be in the same corner of hell as Elmo.
Guys, come on, let's get real, guys.
I'm being very real. This is Christianity 101.
He's just a hater.
This is just Christianity 101.
You're just an anti-Semite.
Well, actually, strictly speaking, I'd also be.
You're so far from God. You don't even know where you're at.
On the contrary,
you're as far from God as it's possible. You're just a hateful. You're just a Jew hater. Late breaking news bulletin. Christ didn't want you to hate Jews, you moron.
Well, he did.
Guys.
Sons of the devil, you know.
Hey guys, shut the fuck up. Let's go to Steppy real quick.
Thank you, Father. Thank you, guys.
I'm Midway.
I'm hearing a lot of
due to engage in shootouts with each other near local
Christianity. You know, a good Christian's not going to target others that don't believe in our view of how
God told us to talk righteously, dude.
Dude, you gotta shut the fuck up. Learn how. Jesus fucking. This motherfucker needs to learn how to put that cock back in that cock holster and shut the fuck up. Fuck's sake, Steve.
You heard the pastor. Who are you?
I'm Steppy. I'm a Catholic. And the thing is
Catholic? Well, this guy's a pastor.
Dude, he is not a fucking pastor. He is not.
Rabbi, but you mute yourself.
He's a hateful Nigerian anti-Semite.
Steppy, continue.
He's not an anti-Semite. His favorite person happens to be Jewish.
No. You didn't listen to me. Okay, later, dude.
But the thing is, you know, yes, El Normal, he believes in what he believes, okay? He's a Jew.
Hey, I respect him for his belief, or anybody's belief.
By the way, our prophet didn't fight any war that was like offensive. All the wars our prophet fought
Really?
was defensive or retaliation.
Is that your opinion or is that a fact, though? Habibi, is that an opinion or is that a fact?
Do we have any historical evidence that he was in any battle? Because I haven't found one.
He was in the battles. He was in the battles.
Which battle do we have historical?
We have Badr, we have Hunain, Kandak, we have.
Where was these? Where were they?
The Badr was fought between Mecca and Medina. It's academic. You can look it up.
Academic. I'm talking about historical evidence.
Yeah, the trenches, right? How do you want to find historical evidence for battles? How does one find, like, what's the method?
The method is usually the people who win, but there are sometimes that there's outside sources.
True. Yeah, true.
Secondary or third, people from neighboring countries or.
That's a great question. Hold on, let me look it up.
Good luck. Good luck.
Oh, you haven't found any? Shut the heck up. Have you done a?
Well, it turns out.
Even if you use it, one second. Even if you use a historical critical method, how do you find?
I think that you guys attribute some of these things from tales and folklore from Hadith, but historians don't use Hadith.
The point you just pointed out, do you know what it signifies? It signifies that Prophet Muhammad did not take part in any war with any neighboring country, and all the wars that he was having was to unite Arabia itself, was to defend himself and his people from the pagans who were trying to kill them. This is what it means. And the wars that Omar and Abu Bakr were having were just illegal wars. None of them were advised or were allowed by the Prophet. In fact, our Muhammad's Islam, not their Muhammad's Islam, our Muhammad's Islam was not supposed to be spread by the sword. It was supposed to be spread by the word and by the actions.
Well, I'll tell you the truth. I'll be honest with you. No one spread the sword better than the Catholics. You guys taking a back seat on the sword thing. We own that shit. No, yeah. I don't know why they tried to I'm being honest. If you guys led by the sword, it's kind of embarrassing the way you guys do, because the way the Catholics did it. Like, look at South America, North America, Australia. Like, these are like major like conquests. You get what I'm trying to say? That we still have majority power up. So like Brazil, 90% Catholic. Like they, I don't know. Maybe I'll give it to you, like Arabia and stuff, but there's not many countries like look at Turkey. They're Turkish. They're not Arab. Persia. They're not Arab. I would say, all right. So I'll give you North Africa. Like, that's pretty much like you guys wiped that part out, right? The Spanish language in Spain. Like, I'll give you that 100%. You know what I mean?
I mean, don't get me
it's
wrong.
still not being, run by.
They tried to change our language in Iran or Persia to Arabic, but because our heritage and our cultural roots were so strong, and we had such strong literature going around, we had so many poets and stuff. Our poets, they kept our language alive, and this is why what happened to Egypt didn't happen to us in Iran. They tried their best, trust me, and they did actually influence it. For example, they changed our alphabet to Arabic, and we have so many Arabic words in our vocabulary and stuff. But still, we managed to keep our identity and our language. So, a lot of people accepted Islam.
Because you don't know who's listening to that. That's why I just sit back and let people expose themselves. I'm not gonna sit there and argue with you. I'm just gonna tell you, hey, I'm not that person. You got the wrong person, and I'm not gonna act like that because there's no need to. There's no need to when you are my age, 40 years old, and if you sit up here arguing with somebody, that doesn't show wisdom of anything. And so that's why I said what I said. And so at the end of the day, I show wisdom. I come and try to have understanding. I don't bash people because of their religion. I've traveled to countries around the world that are not Christian at all. So nobody can tell me that I don't have an open mind until they understand and get their butt on the plane. Until they go fly around the world, they can be quiet and leave me alone. They can't see nobody sit up and tell me what I don't see and what I don't believe and all this other kind of stuff and be mean toward me. And tell me because I was in the Special Olympics or whatever that something's wrong with me. Well, I live better than most of the people who probably talk about me. So I ain't out here asking nobody for nothing. And I ain't out here wanting for nothing. I get sick of people on this app who make fun of folks for no reason. Because God can take everything that people have on this earth and take it from you. And everybody's one paycheck away. Most people, maybe the 1%, excluding those. You're one paycheck away from being homeless. And I tell people, don't judge somebody because they'll never know the shoes that somebody walked through. Amen. Because I done been homeless in my life and done bounced from that and moving up. So people can sit up there and laugh.
Can I interrupt you, my guy? Can I interrupt you?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's a lady.
Oh, that's a lady? Oh, shit, my bad. Maybe my headset ain't working right. No, I'm just going to let you guys know. I'm just eating I'm just going to chew it back. I chewed it back and just done kick my ass.
What? Chewing tobacco? You in... Chewing tobacco.
Where dudes are engaged in shooting
Copenhagen stuff. I'm eating a little, put a dip in. Now I'm eating me some oranges. Why?
I'm talking about, I thought tobacco, maybe I'm just old school, I don't know. I thought chewing tobacco went out of style in the early 2000s when they showed a picture of a guy.
He's in the military. The military has a huge culture of chewing tobacco.
And he's special needs.
Chewing tobacco.
He's special needs, so
I'm fucking autistic, bro.
He's autistic, yeah.
And I'm retarded. I'm retarded. I'm also get the fucking Special Olympics. So fuck Rich.
I mean, he autistic, you autistic. I think that's a match. And he's a Marine, bro. He's been a Marine for like 23 years and autistic.
That's right.
I'm living it up. I am not of any kind.
And he got blue eyes. One blue one way, one blue the other. If you're looking for a good man, Ashton, he'd be shooting fucking two people at the same time.
Hey, you want to make some helmet babies?
Well, I'm
helmet babies.
Dudes are engaged in shooting.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Hey, we can make a couple of helmet babies, and we'll pick out the helmets. We'll pick out the helmets. Come on, buddy.
I'm being serious, bro. I'm good. But no, life is good for me. I'm serious, man. I don't got no complaints. I don't come on this app to be mean to people. I come on this app for joy and happiness. Like, for real, this is entertainment to me, man. When I get up in the morning, I get to go swimming or whatever I want to go do. So I don't have any complaints, man.
You know, listen, I once heard if you crack a special needs person, you're doing a good deed to society. You know, but at least that's what TikTok said.
I just got put on the sex offender registry when I tried that shit. That sucks.
Fucking Pepe.
Be nice to people, and that goes a long way too. I tell you, the biggest thing I think people argue about now is all the political stuff and recent shootings. Man, there was a shooting in Las Vegas, near that area. And it's really sad what's going on. There was also a shooting here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area at a one of those.
It's Dallas-Fort Worth. There's always fucking shootings.